Caliban limping and Mask opens his mouth and hoarsely says, "Hey, the Russian wants to talk with you. Does Mikhail want to tell me something? Does he want his power back? He will be very disappointed." I ignore the disrespectful and rude tone I was addressed. After all, most of these people have no formal education. And I don't need everyone to prostrate themselves at my feet either. But even though I ignored it, Callisto took offense. "Mask," she says slowly and a little menacingly. But I think that's how she normally talks. "He is our leader now. Don't be disrespectful." Mask only snorts. Seeing me ignore Mask's attitude, Callisto decides to put it aside too and introduce me both officially. She doesn't say anything I didn't know. But my genius brain reminds me of something I read in my other life. Mask is an asshole. He's the guy who can change people's appearance. He is the one who made Callisto have tentacles arms at some point in the future, and also he hides an aspect of his power. He can change people's appearance permanently. He says he can only change for a short time. He says it's his limit. But it's a lie. His only limit is that he cannot change his own appearance. What's the big problem for the Morlocks? The fact that their appearance easily characterizes them as mutants. And this guy has the power to help everyone easily. But he doesn't because he can't help himself. And he wants everyone to be like him. Typical human behavior. A little of schadenfreude. I was here thinking about who would have to be the example, the one to receive the stick of the carrot and stick strategy. And you present yourself like that, Mask? TSK, what good boy you are. I'm not going to expose him now. I'll let him prance like a fool for a while, maybe even do something drastic, like a rebellion or something, take some retards with him too, before I do the cleansing. With the Morlocks, I was almost giving up on using carrot and stick tactic. These people are just this pitiful. I would adapt and use the carrot and carrot cake strategy. My own adaptation. I would give good things to everyone and even better things to the most loyal, like Callisto. Now there is this guy. Excellent. While I'm thinking about it, Callisto tells me how Caliban and Mask help this small community. Caliban finds other mutants or detects if someone with powers is invading. Mask apparently uses his power to temporarily alter the appearance of one of the Morlocks so that they can blend with normal people and get needed things more easily and legally. Like going to buy medicine or to a pawn shop. Nobody sells anything to mutants out there on the surface. What does Mikhail want to talk to me about? I ask after the introductions. Who knows? Mask speaks dismissively, but Caliban explains in more detail. He refuses to speak to anyone but you, Eidolon. He looks different. Caliban concludes far more respectfully than Mask. I'll go get some things. Bring him to this room here and keep an eye on him. I'll be back in a little while. I say and disappear after seeing that Callisto and Caliban nod. Carvalho residence appearing in the kitchen of my house because I know that's where Isabella usually stays. I pull my hood down and look around and come face to face with a very interesting sight. Shago is on all fours grabbing snacks from the cupboard, probably trying to get as much food as possible to make one trip before she settles herself on the couch. She is in yoga pants. Jack Kirby bless whoever created yoga pants. Are you stuck? I can't help but ask. Shago turns and looks at me. No. She replies confused. Too bad. I turn to Isabella and say, Isabella, open a door to a big room please. I hear Shago mutter, why do I feel like I just lose a good opportunity or something? Isabella says, at once, Master Hector. Before carrying out my orders. On the kitchen wall, a door appears along with the black and white mist that characterizes Isabella. I walk in the door without hesitation. Have you finished everything you had to do? Shago asks as she follows me through the door, Isabella close behind. Almost. If I explain now, I'll have to update you later. So wait for me to finish everything so I can say it just once, okay? I say while looking at a character art in my unused cards tab. Isabella, please bring all the technological devices that are in lab 4. I say, and she starts to open another door and does as I asked. Shago now just stays silent without interrupting me anymore. Summon, I think and reject the options to make a background for this character. After all, it's unnecessary. Because is Gigantomachia? The motes of light are condensed in the figure of a 4-meter tall, his minimum height, Gigantomachia. He looks confused for a moment before he sees me and bows his head. Master! Gigantomachia bond relationship. 10/10, assimilation slot. Empty, Machia? I say, well, good boy. The bond relationship of almost everyone is stuck in 3, only Helena is still in the 2. She is just that suspicious. Well, she lived in the DC universe and suffered world-ending crises apparently. I can't blame her. Machia surpasses everyone by a large margin. Machia best girl. What is this thing? Shago asks with wide eyes. Hey, don't be rude. But I realize that she don't feel disgusted or anything, it's just a surprise. I and Machia ignored her. How do you feel, Machia? What's the last thing you remember? I ask. My voice tone and posture switch to the evil overlord template to talk to Machia. I need to treat my subordinates differently in certain aspects. After all, I will have all kinds of people under me. I feel nothing different, Master. And we just talked. Machia responds respectfully. When I moved between multiverses, I felt discomfort. I thought it would be the same with Machia. But apparently becoming a card changed that, after all, none of the cards had the same problem as me. I wonder if the process makes them adapt to this universe, or any universe I summon them in. If I summon someone while in Naruto's world, will they naturally have chakra? Did Machia's powers adapt to become X-Gene here? Mental note to the future. And it looks like they're not conscious while they're cards. To Machia, I just explained to him about coming with me. And it's really, my Machia, I had a little concern that he will become just any random Machia from the Omniverse. But it seems my fears were unfounded. Good. I continue to say, I will bring you to a certain community of pitiful people. You will protect them and my possessions until they grow and become useful. I say, the right job for the right person. Machia is no hero material, so it's fitting to leave him with the Morlocks. As protector and watchman, Machia knows all for one's modus operandi, about helping people and making them owe you favors to use them later. To Machia, it will look like I'm doing the same. And I do not intend to correct the misunderstanding. Because I'm doing something similar anyway, I'm just not going to treat Morlocks as disposable tools. I have limits. Machia nods. I start to explain the situation in general to Machia while sending some images to his mind with my telepathy. It's good practice. From the corner of my eye, I see Isabella bringing the equipment. I was prepared to help with telekinesis, but Isabella improvised. She made Lab 4 tilt and the equipment is simply sliding in this room. A door also opens in the ceiling and I see the lab upside down, and the toughest material falling. She is finally getting creative. She is a genius after all. Not everyone is good at using powers, but intelligent people are usually good at it. It is not necessary for a person to be intelligent to be good with powers though. Machia is a simpleton, but he is very instinctively good and takes good decisions, although very direct. Machia, you know that this world is much more dangerous? Time to an upgrade. I say and reach out to touch Machia's arm. First I take some useless and superfluous power and replace it with better powers. Like the gigantification of MT Lady that is better than Machia's earlier power that increases his height. Kirishima hardening, search, shock absorption, some enhancements, and finally, Luke Cage power. One of the 2 copies of Luke Cage power that I have at the moment. Now Machia won't lose easily even to a mild angry Hulk. He won't win against the Hulk, and the Hulk can get infinitely strong, but Machia is the ultimate shield meatbag now. And I will improve him even more in the future. That's Gigantomachia, but you can call him Machia. I say to Shago and Isabella. I introduced them both to the big guy too. In truth, he is my first follower, but because of logistical reasons I didn't bring him until now. I explain. I had intended to leave Makia at the farm I was going to acquire, but I changed my mind when the plan with the Morlocks went better than expected and after my conversation with Callisto. Shago waves with her hand to Makia, and Isabella bows her head. You can listen to them if I'm not around, Makia. I say, passing some authority to Shago and Isabella. Makia is a follower, he doesn't think much for himself, let's avoid problems in the future by creating a small hierarchy now. And where is Helena? I ask and Isabella prompt responds. She is training in another room, do you want me to bring her here? Isabella speaks. Unnecessary. I say simply and go back to explain things to Makia. That's everything, Master Hector. Isabella speaks after a while, calling my attention to a large amount of tech in the corner of the room. Thank you for your hard work, Isabella. I'm going now. Gigantomachia, follow me. Remember, there's no need for you to involve yourself too much with the people we're going to meet. Just defend them from intruders and don't let them touch my stuff while I'm not around. I speak, still using my overlord tone of voice. As I speak, I remove a palantir from my inventory, and I use a giant chain to make a necklace and put it on Gigantomachia's neck. Voice. Palantir are crystal balls that serve for long-distance communication. With this, I can talk to Gigantomachia whenever I want, without fear of being intercepted by normal means. Much better than his previous radio. As I make final preparations to head back underground, I notice the way Isabella and Shago are standing. Back straights and looks a little tense. I can understand Isabella acting professionally, but Shago? Oh, it's my way of talking and acting. Are they affected a little? Well, when a laid-back / chill guy like me became serious tends to make people tense. And I also have respect-inducing templates of people like Valentine, Katakuri, and Batman. I have to be a little careful with this. A man needs several faces and it is necessary to know how to use these faces. I can't go around acting like everyone is my subordinate. If I can't separate this, I'm going to be a failure. I'm going now. I will come back soon if nothing happens. I say to both of them as I open a portal to the position where I was previously. I lift my tech with telekinesis and move saying to Gigantomachia, follow me. As I cross the portal, I hear Shago comment to Isabella. He is so hot when he acts like that. Forget everything about what I said about separating things. Shago is probably an M. Noted. Back to the Eidolon's room, with the Morlocks. When I go through my portal, I see that Callisto, Caliban, and Mask are here with the addition of one more person, Mikhail. That is chained while sitting on the floor. They turn their faces in my direction as they see me walking through the portal, relaxing a little after seeing it's me. After that, I bring my equipment and put it in the empty big room, which is now mine. Then the portal expands even more and Gigantomachia appears carrying the last things. They become wide-eyed when they see Makia, and I even notice Callisto reflexively putting up a fighting stance. He is my subordinate, Gigantomachia. I say, placating everyone. He will live with you all here, he is very strong. Is all that I say. Callisto and Caliban nod, but still with their mouths a little agape. Is Makia so strange? Is it because he is big? Colossal-sized things always awes people, right? How much this thing eats? Mask speaks, and unlike Shago, who was only surprised, I perceive hostility and fear in Mask. He will be sustained entirely by me, so you don't have to worry. I answer coldly. This guy make it easy to dislike him. I just give your guys plenty of food, bastard. After I've more or less sorted my things out, I turn to talk to Mikhail. Later I'll plug everything in and put a safety system in place when I'm away from prying eyes. So, speak. I say simply as I approach the kneeling Russian. Once again putting in intimidating posture. After all, everyone present is my subordinates or opponent. To my surprise, Mikhail looks at me calmly, even though he is so helpless and he must have realized by now that he no longer has access to his own powers. I expected this guy to be a little more desperate. I want to thank you, Mikhail says with a heavy Russian accent. I tilt my head a little. Did I hit his head too hard? I have done so many horrible things. I even hurt my little brother. My head is clear now. What have I done? My love. Would you hate me now? He starts talking until he starts crying and bends over, his forehead touching the floor as he subs. Okay. Something is weird here. A big Russian guy is crying like a little girl. Still keeping some of my posture cold, I straighten him out with telekinesis and speak. Speak clearly, man. He sobs a little before starts talking. His name is Mikhail Rasputin. He was a cosmonaut from the USSR. During a mission, he and his entire crew were caught by a dimensional rift and sent to another reality. Only he survived because of his powers that were awakened at that moment. There, in this new world, he met his future wife, Tramizath, who was also the princess of the locals. He got into some political troubles because his father-in-law that was a tyrant, but overall he lived very well. Then disaster struck again. It seems the reality he found himself in was constantly plagued with dimensional rifts and dimensional storms, like earthquakes and hurricanes that often happen here on Earth. These are natural calamities, but people have learned to live with them. But one, in particular, was a disaster that threatened many people in the place where he lived. He then clumsily tried to close the dimensional rift with his spatial powers. He partially succeeded, but in the end a few hundred people died in the backslash, including Tramizath. He got scarred and hurt too and decided to go into exile. One day he managed to return to Earth, and even met his brother, Pyotr the Colossus, but they had a fight over the difference in ideals. He almost killed his own brother. I was so hurt, and soul, and in body. Mikhail speaks with grief. My power is hard to use and my flesh has been torn. I was in constant pain that becomes rage. And he can't go on and starts crying again. This guy is not lying. My powers can tell. So this guy is fucking traumatized. He lost his friends and colleagues, lost his wife, and nearly killed his own brother. He is crazy because of circumstances. It seems that he was in constant physical pain from the injuries he had received. Physical pain can influence someone's mind. Like Dr. House, he is grumpy because he is in constant pain. So when I used Overhaul to give him a shock and win the fight undamaged, I resolved to fix him, and now that he is no longer being tortured by pain, he can see things more clearly. This is unexpected. Do you want us to believe you and pity you just because you have lost? Callisto speaks angrily from my side. Even though she says that, I feel like Mikhail's story has affected everyone a little. She just doesn't trust him. The reason I could say, Mikhail in his suicidal rage almost dragged all the Morlocks with him. He is not lying. I can tell. I say, placating Callisto. Now I understand. You never want a revolution. You just want to die. But you want your death to have at least a little meaning. I say. He looks down ashamed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Tra. I'm sorry, Pyotr. I'm sorry, Ilyana. I'm sorry, my friends. He says. Now what to do? So, besides apologizing and thanking me, what's your point in telling me this? I ask. He specifically wanted to talk to me. If he just wanted to apologize, he would have already done so. I'm not even a victim of him. Maybe he wants his power back. He looks at me and starts talking as calmly as he can. My crimes and sin can't be erased. I can just atone. I want to go and meet my little brother and sister proudly of myself. I can't do this as I am now. He starts looking at me directly and then lowers his head a little further, trying to maintain eye contact. We both came here to do the same things, but obviously you have the best intentions. You really want to do something good with these people? You even healed me, even though I'm your enemy. Let me help you. Take me as an underling or whatever. I want to do some good too. Like my brother does. Like Tra would want me to. He finishes with determination in his eye. Oh, interesting. Before I even give my answer, Callisto and Mask are already talking. Are you crazy? We can't trust him. I raise my hand to shut them both up. Caliban and Makia just stay silent. Caliban just seems to be the type who knows his place, not a conflict guy. And Makia just looks at me in awe. If it were possible, I would probably see the bond relationship go up to November 10th. I believe you. I say finally. I see Mikhail's face light up and the outrage on Callisto and Mask's faces. But I continue before anyone interrupts me. Is not enough. To the people that you already hurt. I speak and see his expression darken. But I believe in second chances, and I also believe that everyone has the potential for great things, so I will help you tap your potential by giving you two options. I say, raising my hand and showing two fingers. These options are mainly to the benefit of these people and for you too to have your chance of redemption. I speak seriously. He nods his head gravely. Option 1. Let me enter your mind, I say darkly. You will allow me to read your mind and memories to really know how sincere you are. Don't worry, I won't be looking at very personal things. This is the fastest method to you gain everyone's trust. I say and let him digest what I said. The second option is, I will keep the restriction that I have placed on your power, but I will give you the freedom to live here, under surveillance, so that you can help this community into your own hands and gain their trust little by little and achieve your redemption. That's the long option. I say, if you choose option 1 and it proves true, I will release your power, but if you find out in your memories that you're lying to me, I threaten. I know he's not lying, I'm just saying this so the listeners know I'm serious. Sincerely, I want to help Mikhail. First I present a horrible and outrageous option, and then I present the best way. If I just let him live here, no one would like it. But presenting this option after another makes it easier for people to swallow the outcome. Manipulation 101, words are like gemstones, it's all about how you deliver them to the person. If you gift it throwing at high speed, it will hurt regardless if it is precious. But if you put it in a fancy box, even if the gemstone is not that valuable, it will please the person. But to my surprise, Mikhail responds differently than I expected. The first option, he says without hesitation. As someone who hates the idea of someone looking at my memories, I find his response strange. Are you sure? I have nothing to hide. All right. I say and place my hand on top of his head. Unnecessary, but I need to do a show and it's good to downplay my powers. Don't worry, I'll stay away from your intimate moments. I say. Entering his mind, I confirm what I already knew. He is telling the truth, everything is like he says. I stay away from his happy memories, I don't want to see him naked with his wife. Finishing seeing the most recent memories and feeling the emotions he felt after his fight with me, I confirm again. He really does have a moment of realization and a pang of overwhelming guilt after he regained his sanity. He really was in constant pain. The world that he sees and feels is torture 24/7. Sigh, withdrawing my hand, I get out of his mind. I confirm that he is 100% telling the truth. I've already released your power, you're free to go. No need to stay here. You have several other means of redemption. Go find your family if you want. They can help you. I say, giving him the last way out and releasing him from the chains. He gets up but makes no move to attack or walk away. He's really tall and I notice the Morlocks feeling intimidated by him now that he's free. I just stand my ground calmly. No. I want to repay you. Let me help. He is serious. Fine. From this day forward you're my subordinate, like Makia here. I say, not rejecting the proposal. He might be helpful. And I feel like he's loyal, after all, he can just walk away, but he's decided to stick with me. I turn to the Morlocks. Go tell everyone what happened here. Callisto, you're in charge when I'm not here. Mikhail, you listen to her too. I say. He doesn't seem very happy, but he accepts. Callisto is glaring at him. Mask is downright rebellious. Caliban is neutral to the point that he doesn't care, and my most loyal people, Callisto and Mikhail, don't like each other. Being a leader is hard. After dismissing everyone except Makia, I start organizing my new personal hideout. I think there is a saying that a smart bird has several nests, or something like that. I have no strings with this place. If I am discovered, it won't be a big loss. I won't be doing anything important here either. Makia, this is just the beginning. These poor people need guidance. I'm different from All for One. Even with all the methods, he still made himself an enemy of the world and lived only in the shadows. I won't be satisfied with just the shadows, Makia. I want the whole world. I indoctrinate Makia as I work. I'll probably use Makia for some heroic jobs, but it doesn't mean I'll put spandex on him and make him a hero. Vomit. For example, send him on a rescue mission, but that might go against Makia's beliefs of Lord of Evil, so it's better to make some things clear right now. Finally finishing everything, I turn around and speak. Contact me if anything happens. I will come here constantly. Don't let anyone near my things. After seeing him nodding, I disappear. Carvalho residence reappearing back at my house, I make my way to the living room, which is where Shago is watching TV while lying on the couch and eating snacks. Eating so late will make you fat, I say before stealing some to me too. Removing my cloak and lowering my half mask, I sit in an armchair. My hair and eyes start to return to normal, and I'm just in my UMF suit, and I watch a reality show where people do survival tests. Shago is staring at me. What? I ask. Nothing, I didn't realize you had all these muscles. Mama likes it very much. You should always dress like that at home. She speaks slowly as she looks me up and down blatantly as she bites her lip. I roll my eyes. Damn, dark upper lips, my weakness. To change the subject, I start to tell her about what I just did. So you are grooming some pawns? Shago asks after I explain the Morlocks. Well, I really want to help them. If they're useful, I use them, but it's not a great loss to put some effort into helping these poor people. Is good for PR in the future when I launch my ideas to the world. When you make a good deed without expecting recognition, people tend to believe you mean it. I know that the things I have done will come to light one day, but no one else does. I say lightly while watching TV. They also have little connections to the criminal world, little connections, but it's a start. I finish and get up to leave. After dodging an attempt from Shago to make me sleep in her room, I go up to my own room. This woman. If I give to temptation, I lose. This little game that we are playing is dangerous, but I think about the long-term benefit. Let's meditate. I really almost don't need to sleep. Now in my room, after a good bath and a change of clothes, I am in a meditation pose as I reflect on my power. Today I managed to make a copy of Mikhail's power. A very good power, by the way. I can blend, hide, merge and move into the space like I'm moving in four-dimensional space. Or is the fifth dimension? I think the fourth dimension is time. And the fifth dimension is in the extra dimension of space. Oscar Klein and Theodore Kaluza made a theory about it. In DC, the fifth dimension is where the imps like Mr. MXYPDLK live. In this multiverse, I'm not really sure about these things. This power is dangerous too. One mishap and I'm turning to shreds. No wonder Mikhail is scarred. After meditating a lot about my power manipulation and getting in touch with several other powers, I've come to the conclusion that powers in general are strange. It is impossible to qualify powers in a set of rules. There are no rules to them. I remember in my other life watching videos of people showing what powers would look like in real life, showing simulations that Superman would cut Lois Lane into 3 pieces if he saved her from falling off a building. That it is impossible to move forward and fly without applying a counterforce. That it is not possible to lift a plane flying since there is no leverage. And how a body can't generate energy or mass out of nothing. But honestly, applying known physics from my past universe here is simply stupid. Things are different here, and powers have their own rules. Some rules are even weird, like Mask who can't use his power on himself. I suffer from something similar, but not as restrictive. I think I read about it in Worm, the fictional story about capes and their powers. There is something in that universe called the Manton effect, which speaks of the restrictions of powers. Some powers only work on living things, and others only work on inanimate objects, like Airy, Rewind. Others work on other people but not on yourself, and even those powers that work only on yourself but not on others. I think this is a defense mechanism for our body, or is it simply some mental block? If I'm not mistaken, Mask may change his appearance in the future, and there are some cases in the Worm universe where this restriction is bypassed too. I have a little restriction in power manipulation too. Each time I copy a power from the same person, the copying time increases. It's not as overwhelming as you can't copy the power from the same person 2 times, but it's a small inconvenience. I did some tests in BNHA World, and I noticed that the time to make copies of a power increases by 20% per 30% each time I copy. I assume it's a way to keep me from having infinite copies and ending up having a mental breakdown or imploding. I think the MC of that anime, Charlotte, had a similar problem. But there's no one here to apply these rules. This is real life, not a game. I can cheat. I can cultivate power in other persons, brain-dead body, give power by other means like serums and then harvest. All for one, and the doctor did that. Where are the developers or GMs? No one is gonna nerf me? I like this patch very, very much. After that, I focus on a little experiment. After half an hour of carefully meditating and using power manipulation, I finally got to do something I had wanted for a long time. Create a nerfed version of a power. I just made minor telepathy. Perfect. I can't help but talk out loud. For a long time, I tried to make weaker copies of a power, but whenever I interrupted the copying process to try to create a weaker version, the new power simply dissipated into nothingness. Now I got the gist of it. Now I can give more powers without worrying about not being able to control my subordinates. I need to be crazy to give someone Omega-level powers like that. This is a problem for several reasons. And by giving weaker powers, I can give more powers too. Time to make more nerfed versions. Next day. Midtown High. I did not sleep. I was so engrossed in making several minor versions that night turned to the day before I knew it. While it's not a problem, because I'm not feeling sleepy, I can't let it become a habit. It starts like this: soon I'll be holed up in a lab for days and create something that will destroy humanity. Let's go survive one more day in high school. Peter Parker POV Huff. I got there in time this time, who steal convenience stores so early in the morning. Greeted Ned with our special handshake. I then turned to Gwen and give my greetings too. Looking at her, I can't help but think about the conversation I had with Ned yesterday about how Gwen is so into me and that I should ask her out. Hector, good morning. Ned exclaims excitedly beside me, snapping me out of my thoughts. Ned took the initiative to greet the always unapproachable Hector on his own, and to my surprise, Gwen also spoke to him. What did I miss? Hector just nods his head to the 3 of us, including myself, and I greet him back. And then he just goes his way, and I notice Ned following Hector with his eyes. Would he agree to have lunch with us if I ask? Ned speaks after turning to us again. My confusion must have shown on my face because Gwen laughs, a very beautiful laugh. And she says, "Don't mind Ned. He has a man crush on Hector," she says, silencing teasingly. Ned looks offended but joins in on the fun. "It's not a man crush, it's a bromance," he says. "Yeah, you two had such a cliché encounter, bumped into each other, and he held you in his strong arms." Gwen still doesn't contain the smile. "Woman, you wouldn't understand." Ned shakes his head. "What's happening?" I ask, even more confused. "Hector is a bro," Ned says, and drags us into the classroom while giving me Gwen signaling looks for me to probably take the initiative. After all, I promised Ned I'd ask her out today. But not now. Later, during lunchtime. Yes. It will be better at this time. Later, still Peter POV. Uh, 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 She accepted. If I wasn't in school, I would probably be screaming and dancing. Ned is also very happy. Aya. This went better than expected. Saturday. Saturday we are going out. Okay, Peter, you need to do research about better places and what girls expect on first dates. Don't mess this up. Now is PE and the teacher says that it will be a simple dodgeball game since it's the first week of school. A part of me wants to show off my powers and easily win this dodgeball game. But I know that is not right. But at the same time, I don't want to embarrass myself, even more so now that Gwen has agreed to go out with me. Maybe I should show off a little. While I think the teams are formed. It's not a fair matchup. Most of the athletic guys are on the other side, and Ned and Hector are on the same team as me. Looks like Hector is going to be targeted by Flash and his friends. I see them glaring at him. Looking at my side, I see Hector totally unbothered and with a bored expression on his face, like he wants to be anywhere but here. If I break my own leg, can I be excused of these things? I hear Hector mutter to himself. Damn, how much he hates this. The game begins, and it's no surprise that we're being destroyed. The best ones on our team are me and Hector. Hector has good moves, but he dodges clumsily and his throw is very bad, hasn't hit anyone so far. Just to be clear, he is acting. Don't take other people's impressions of Hector as the truth. The game progress, I'm doing a good job as far as human limits go, and Hector seems to have given up on throwing the balls and is just reflecting what the enemy throws at him with a ball he has in his hands. He's doing a good job, but it doesn't seem to be that complicated as the other team is just aiming in his face and crotch. And then it happens. A ball thrown by Flash with full force flies towards Hector and he reflects, but the ball changes direction very strongly. For the audience, to the girls, to Gwen. My spider sense flare and I move super fast to catch the ball before it hits Gwen, but I slipped. And the ball goes unhindered and hits Gwen square in the head. My heart sank. Before I even get up, Gwen is already being helped by Hector, who is holding her head higher than the rest of her body. Moving fast, I crouch down by Gwen's side. She is still unconscious. Before I can act, Hector lifts Gwen. Help me maintain her head still. Let's take her to the infirmary, he says to me. Helping him, we move Gwen slowly and carefully to the infirmary where we deposit Gwen on a bed. After dispersing the rest of the onlookers, only Hector and I were left with the nurse along with Gwen. You moved very well. I hear someone speak. I take my eyes off Gwen and see Hector looking at me. Okay, thanks I guess. I reply and he continues. I mean, the moment the ball flew towards Gwen, you had such a burst of speed. Incredible. He says calmly. I just keep silent. Do you like her? Hector continues. What? I mean. I find myself surprised. It's okay. This much is obvious. Hector continues nonchalantly. I was just impressed with how fast you went to protect her. Very heroic. Yeah. I say, keeping my eyes on Gwen. It's a pity that wasn't enough. Hector continues to speak and I turn to him again. You went in. It would be a good save? Too bad. Accidents happen. Luckily she'll be fine. After all, is just a ball. Hector speaks nonchalantly, but his words hit me like a truck. Well, I have an appointment, and it will be nice to leave the two of you alone. Hector says, getting up. I get up too and give him a handshake. Thanks for helping her, dude. He looks at me and my hand. After a few seconds that becomes awkward, and he smirks. I don't understand. You're welcome. It's my fault anyway. I'll leave the two lovebirds alone. It will be nice if the first person she sees after waking up is you. Hector speaks with a rare smile. Bye-bye. And good luck on your date. He talks as he walks through the door. Thanks. Wait, how does he know that? I shake my head and focus on Gwen now. So many things are going through my mind. I can't help but think on what Hector has said. Hector POV. And that will be my good deed of the day. I reflect the ball in Gwen's direction on purpose and make Peter slip too. Is a crude method to give a little wake-up call to Peter and... I'm such a busybody. During my contact with Gwen, I give her a little boon. Minor shock absorption. Even though I said I wasn't going to be Peter's babysitter, I can't help but want to protect and prevent a future disaster that might happen. And it was a minimal effort, barely worth notice. I got this idea during my conversation with Callisto about how she survived a car accident with only weak powers. Minor shock absorption is hard to be noticed and will not save Gwen entirely. If she is hit by a truck, she will be hurt, be deformed, but will live. People will call it a miracle and will not suspect that she has powers. She will also likely survive being whiplashed from being grabbed by a suddenly falling web, for example. With this, I don't have to keep tabs on every Spider-Man fight, and it also makes me feel a little more relaxed. Honestly, nobody deserves a death like that. And knowing that it might happen, I think everyone would want to prevent it. Parker's luck is a bitch. Any fan would want the guy to be happy for more than 8 hours. The only risk would be her body rejecting the power. But this is Marvel, and Gwen has various powers in many versions, like Ghost Spider and Gwenpool, so I took a chance and believed that she would receive the power without any problems. And bam, goes without a hitch. She received it too well. Is everyone in this universe like that? I need to test. Coming home, I decide to just tinker a little. I've done a lot of things these past few days. Shago follows me constantly and stays by my side while I work. She is bugging me to let her have some fun, do something, go out. I keep her here because it's not the moment, but I think I can speed up my plans a little. She and Helena need to move out anyway. Master Hector, Mr. Nelson called and said your emancipation documents is ready. Isabella speaks after entering my lab. Oh nice. Can you go get me, Isabella? I still don't want to meet them in person for now. I say, no problem. She bows and starts to retreat. Take a gift with you. Take one of the wines and give it to them. A chateau. And tell them I will pay them when my bank accounts are released. I say. She bows again and withdraws. Another step. Hey, don't ignore me. Shago talks as she sits on my lap. Calm thoughts, Hector. Clean your mind. You're adult now, let's celebrate like adults. She smirks. Amit ba. Clean your mind. If you give in, you lose. Remember Hector. Nelson and Murdoch, feeling Nelson return to the inner room with a smile on his face and holding a bottle of wine, Matt couldn't help but smile at his friend's excitement. Cheers. To a successful work. Nelson speaks excitedly. Karen Page can't help but smile at Nelson's excitement. He's even been doing some weird dance. A Chateau Petrus 1990. Nelson exaggeratedly sniffs the wine as if he's a great wine connoisseur and the name isn't on the label. This thing must pay months of my rent. Cheers to a happy client. Matt speaks. A happy and rich client. Nelson corrects. Karen laughs. That is the beginning, Matt. Finally the things are looking good to us. Nelson speaks. Don't forget that we don't do that for the money, Foggy. Matt says but still smiles. Yes, but money helps. Now, I need to buy some fancy glasses to put this wine in. We can't drink it in disposable cups. The money has gone to your head, Foggy. You are impossible now. Karen says as she smiles. Next day, Carvalho residence. Hector POV. It's hard for me to get drunk. I just confirmed. So I'm sure nothing much happened, even though I had 3 drunk women sleeping by my side. We are in the living and it all started with Shago discovering my father's wine cellar. Even Helena and Isabella got carried away by Shago. Such a bad influence. She must be proud of herself. Isabella is sleeping on the couch, her hair loose. Helena and Shago are hugging me on either side while I'm in the floor. Staring at the ceiling, I try to get my thoughts and senses out of their bodies that are pressing against mine. Shago is hugging me like a koala and Helena is with her face dangerously close to my crotch, and her ass is sticking out to me. If I just move a little and close my fingers, I will realize the dream of all weebs. Just a little movement. Do it. My shoulder devil that eerily looks like a mini Palpatine whisper in my ear. Don't do it. One moment is not worth what you can have in the future. My shoulder angel that looks like... Master Uguay? Why am I such a weirdo? They're expecting that. Do you think they'd get drunk on you if they didn't want you to take action? Darth Sidious whispers. You need to come clean and be forefront with them. You can't abuse the feeling taught are budding because of essence. Master Uguay speaks wisely, making me reflect. But then he continues. And after this, you do it. What? So is for me to do this anyway? Do it. Palpatine whispers and disappears like a Force ghost. Master Uguay looks at me as he disappears in a flurry of petals and part, leaving me his final words. If there's a hole, there's a goal. My subconscious is strange. Carefully getting up, I tuck all the girls into bed and let them sleep. Taking a strand of hair of Shago that is annoying her nose, I think this situation is obviously a lie if I say that I'm not attracted to her. And her advances give me a chance to progress. But it feels wrong. She doesn't love me. She have the hots for me I can feel, but is not love. But in the future, I think it may be inevitable for things to progress like that. Because of this, I'm in no rush. If I have a one-night stand with her, will just complicate things in the future. Can I even reciprocate these feelings? They are even real? She is stuck with me for life. Should I take responsibility? I don't feel like that for Helena and Isabella. At least for now. Maybe because they maintain a respectful distance. I will jog. After doing my normal route, I sit on a bench to think. That might not be a problem now. I might consider Shago just being flirty, but I'm sure it will be a problem in the future. I feel someone approaching to sit on the same bench as me. Taking a quick look to see if it's anyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. I see he is just the homeless guy. He sits and relaxes beside me. I just ignore him until I realize he's familiar. You are the guy who was seeing a ghost a month ago. I talk. This is the guy I tested D4C on. He looks at me, squinting his eyes until he recognizes me. I've changed quite a lot. You are that kid from that day? Damn boy. What have you been eating? He speaks, looking at me up and down. Despite everything, I laugh it loud. Grandma food. I reply, and it's his turn to laugh. Hiya. That's the best there is. Eat a lot. He talks and I just agree. But it appears that he is not done. That day, man. I can swear for everything that is sacred that someone grabs my wrist. But nobody believes me. He strikes up a conversation. I believe in you. I speak simply. You do. Yeah. There's a man-spider thing fighting crime. Nothing is impossible now. Hiya. That's true, that's true. After that, he started talking. And damn, he talks. I feel awkward to just getting up and leave. So I listen to his rant. He tells me about his life, his problems, and the past. I just listen. And you, kiddo? What's your problem? He asks. I need to have a problem? I ask, raising an eyebrow. You are here right now. Alone. You must be thinking about something. And there are better places to think if is something good. He speaks. I just shrug my shoulders. Girl, he asks conspiratorially. I look at him. Girls. I knew it. Always women. We can't live with them, but we can't live without them. Kiddo, you are young, don't fret so much about a girl. There are many fishes on the sea. He starts advising me. Not that I asked. It's more complicated than that. I speak. Oh. How? Against my better judgment, I resolve to speak to this deer. There are some girls. I start. Some? Damn. Then you don't have a problem. Hiya. He laughs at his own joke. And I just look at him. Sorry, go on. Let's say a girl like me. But she doesn't have much of an option. And I feel like I'm taking advantage of that. I say, trying to simplify the situation. Do you like her? Well, I don't love her. But you can say that I like her. Well, the problem solved. She likes you, you like her. Just treat her well. He speaks. Ugh, it's more complicated than that. There's a chance of mild mind control involved. Maybe you're the one complicating things. Arg. I don't know why I talked to you. Maybe I thought you were secretly a hermit or something. Full of knowledge and experience in life. I say, leaning back on the bench. Hi Yahia. Kiddo, you're watching too many movies. He laughs. Whatever, old man. I'm coming. Thanks. I say as I get up. You're welcome. Thanks for listening to my rant too. Let me say, kiddo. At the end of life, you regret the things you didn't do more than the things you did. I just nod before going back home. Night of the same day, the day followed naturally with the exception of Isabella apologizing for her behavior. At the beginning of the night, Spider-Man had a fight with the Green Goblin. Seeing the fierce fight and knowing that Norman will probably stay away from the public to recover, I decide to advance my plans to invade Oscorp. I personally used the little EMP attack into the block of Oscorp and prepared the invasion for Sego and Isabella. The two seem excited to finally be able to act. Watching the happenings on the camera that I left on both of their uniforms, I remain seated in front of the huge monitor. Cathelhu in my lap and Isabella collecting everything Shago recovered. Everything goes smoothly until the small confrontation with Black Widow and Hawkeye. What unlucky scenario, I say, frowning. Well, they probably also took advantage of the window I opened with EMP attack. I don't interfere and don't even give instructions. In the end, the results are satisfactory. After the objective is accomplished, I bring Shago and Helena with warping. Gag reflex. I hear Shago speak as she emerges. She has nothing to complain about. I changed the flavor of the warping liquid to vanilla. Good job. I say to both, almost flawless execution, except you playing with your opponent and being caught off guard, Shago. I say. Shago snorts. I need to gain time to download everything, and since I can't kill her, on your orders, I went for the second option. She answers petulantly. But I can't let this slide. I already have an idea of Shago's personality. She is greedy, narcissistic, sassy, and likes to act spoiled. Everything is acceptable, but I can't let her become arrogant and conceited, and ending up hurt or killed because of this. It doesn't change the fact that you were careless. I sternly say, I hope it won't happen again. She looks away and says a low, okay? That said, you also lost control of your emotions very easily. No need to torture Black Widow like that. There are no eternal enemies, Shago. Only interests. One day maybe we could use her. I add. Shago only pouts. Honestly, I don't care how she acted with Natasha. She doesn't even overdo it. I don't even know Black Widow. She may even become an enemy in the future. Just because I read or watched her in my past life doesn't mean she's someone I'll treat well no matter what. For me, my Shago is worth more than 10 Natashas. But Shago doesn't need to know this. She will become spoiled. Shago is the type of woman that you need to keep on the edge. She has this competitiveness with Helena, and for me that's great. So I will not favor her. Good job again, Helena. Let's eat now. Rest well afterward. I say to a Helena who waves and a Shago who snorts again. I will spoil you in the future. Relax. Saturday. Finally a day off. Relaxing while reading a book on the couch, Shago is lying next to me with her legs over my own. I feel the biggest chill I've ever felt in my life. I know right away that danger sense, spider sense, the force, and other powers warning me. But I don't feel the danger for me specifically. It's as if the danger is spread through the air. All over the place. All over the city. I'll take a tablet out of my inventory and look at the various cameras I've placed around town. Kiss. Everything has going to shit. There's panic on the streets, explosions, death. I get up and open the window for a view of the city. Mas que desgraça? God damn it. I curse in Portuguese. It's rare for me to lose control like that. In my view, there's a fucking cliché of giant skybeam. It is blue and is opening a portal where an army is falling down and wreaking havoc in New York. The girls have come up behind me and are looking at the prelude to disaster. This is the plot of the Avengers movie, but this is too much. The sky is dark just by the amount of the Chitauri army. There are a dozen of Leviathan-like ships and... what is this cold? The scale is at least 10 times worse than what I've seen in the movie, and it's just getting started. What is that? I hear Isabella ask. Invasion? It's Helena who answers gravely. Faster than girls can react, I'm already gone. Using Mikhail's teleport powers, I already appear high in the sky at a safe distance to not have my location pinpointed. I've quickly changed into my suit and am already flying at high speed to the center of the confusion. The year is still 2004. I knew that the timeline is not reliable, and the fact that Iron Man 2 had already happened make the chances of the Chitauri invasion happening this year very high. But that's too fast. Act while you think. I practically hear the voice of the previous holders of the One for All in my mind. Going head first into the thick of things and generating sonic booms as I fly, I sink my heel into a Leviathan's head, shattering the half-creature, half-ship thing. My arrival attracts the attention of everyone involved, Chitauri, civilians, the Avengers. Well, the tutorial is over. It's time for Eidolon's debut. In the corner of my eye, I see a random couple running around, and for some reason, my thoughts go to Gwen and Peter. Wait, today is their date. And there is a fucking invasion. Serious universe? Give the guy a break. Damn Parker's luck. Then, yeah. Things have gone to 0 to 100 very fast. It's impossible to Hector cover everything, unfortunately. S.H.I.E.L.D's secrecy backfires. Some things will be different. I hope you all enjoyed it. Till next time. Stay good you all. Bye-bye. Unexpected changes disclaimer. I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. No plans survive first contact with the enemy. Helmuth von Moltke. Eidolon POV. I was never a wildly patriotic person. My two motherlands are full of problems and things I'm not very proud of, but if an outsider spoke badly about both the USA and Brazil, I would be a little angry. So this is the first time I feel this anger that seems to burn from the bottom of my being. My city, my country, my planet, it's being invaded. And that bothers me. Very, very much. In a second I take out my surroundings. Destruction, fire, raining debris, people panicking. Well, my entry seems to have caused a little pause in this part of the battlefield. I think I made an impression. Serious, dude? You're filming me instead of running away? Kids those days. Sigh, even though I'm still pissed off with this invasion, a part of me knows this is a great opportunity as it's the best time for my debut. I could have started heroing a long time ago. But all I was going to win would be the title of Mutant Menace by J. Jonah Jameson. I see how Spider-Man is treated despite him constantly saving people. A smart man learns from his mistakes. A wise man learns from the mistakes of others. That's my main motto in the Marvel world. I might save a few people here and there, but in the end, people would find a way to hate me and blame me for some reason. To this day, people still think that supervillains only appear as a response to Spider-Man vigilante activities. But this invasion, I have zero involvement with this shit. I'm only here to help. People will blame the Avengers, the Fantastic Four, the government, and Loki. But only idiots will blame me for that. Sigh, okay, forget that I said this. I know I'm still going to get some of the blame anyway. I can't underestimate human stupidity. But this situation is already the best-case scenario. Making a good first impression here will jumpstart good changes in how mutants are viewed by the public. Looking down, I spot the heroes of the moment. More people than in the movie. Maybe that's why this invasion seems to be much worse than expected. Some sort of cosmic balance. It has the expected heroes like Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and I've seen Iron Man flying before. No sign of Thor and Hulk for now. But there are extras that didn't appear in the movie, but that I hoped would help here. Ant-Man and Wasp, Susan Storm, and The Thing. Reed and Human Torch must be somewhere else. Spider-Man should be helping as he can away from here as well. And maybe more reinforcements will appear, but better not to be optimistic. As I slowly float to the ground, I wave my hand down and crush all the Chitauri soldiers on the street. Eidolon, here to help. I say, hand signaling to myself as I address Captain America. Situation. I speak simply. He looks confused for a moment, maybe a little dazed by my sudden entrance, but he proves to be an experienced soldier and starts talking. Alien invasion by the Norse god Loki and an unknown woman. They are using an artifact called the dodecahedron to open 2 portals to bring their armies here. Captain America quickly and efficiently reports the situation to me. 2 portals? An unknown woman? Dodecahedron? What if I... Now I remembered. The MCU's Cosmic Cube or the Tesseract is very different from its comic book counterpart. In the comics, the cube is an artifact that connects to the Beyonders dimension, giving reality-warping powers to whoever uses it. Honestly, I've seen a lot of discussions in my past life about which weapon is stronger, the Cosmic Cube versus the Infinity Gauntlet. The fact that the Space Stone is probably in this dodecahedron, or whatever, is an indication that the real Cosmic Cube, an object that can reshape the universe, is out there. In the universe, it can be retrieved by anyone at any time. And there's probably nothing I can do about it. Holy shit. I can feel a headache already. Let's think about this later. This time there are 2 portals and an unknown woman? I ask. We don't know who she is. She is helping Loki and is dressed in green. Captain America replies. Huh? In the MCU she is the daughter of Odin, but in the comics, she is actually Loki's daughter. So it wouldn't be strange that she's helping the god of mischief. The woman can brainwash people, especially men. Be careful. Is not a good experience. Hawkeye talks next to me, as he shoots an arrow at a Chitauri in the distance. That doesn't seem to be Hela's style. Amora. I see, that makes sense. There's no cube here. And no scepter either. This universe is like mending with the comic elements. Filling the gaps. Amora is replacing the role of Loki's scepter. If you think about it, it's logical that Thanos wouldn't give an Infinity Stone to someone to go and retrieve another Infinity Stone. So the Mind Stone is out there in the universe too. I see. I will be careful. Thanks for the warning. I wave my hand casually and bring a Chitauri soldier who is still alive to me telekinetically. Captain America and the other heroes seem confused by my actions. I hold the Chitauri soldier in the air and make him look at me. He only grunts and hisses. Can you understand me? He doesn't react. He just tries to swing his arms to hit me. I try to get into his mind, but all I get is simple things like kill, obey, and things like that. Not words, just these instincts ingrained in his mind. I draw his own weapon into my hand and aim it at his head. The universal sign of threatening someone. Everyone understood this. But the reptilian soldier doesn't seem to care and continues to try to attack me. It seems that communication and understanding are impossible. I speak lightly before squeezing my hand and breaking his neck, not caring about the gruesome sound that made Invisible Woman and the Thing flinch. I quickly and professionally move the subject in the air to observe it, even disassembling him a little. Looks like they're disposable soldiers. A reptilian humanoid alien that has over 70% of its body replaced by cybernetic implants. I say to everyone, I attract another Chitauri soldier that is already dead and compare the two. Exactly the same. Maybe clones, so they must produce these guys in batches. Do you guys know what that means? I ask. It means that it is possible that there is an astronomical amount of them. Hank Pym is the only one who answers, making everyone show grim faces. Who is handling the portal? I ask. Reed Richards went with Human Torch and Bruce Banner to try to close the equipment that is generating the two portals. Captain America responds. Good. I say as I finish disassembling the Chitauri specimens. The core of their exoskeleton is in the cervical spine. If you get the chance, a good hit here should make them useless. But the metal that makes up their armor is stronger than usual. So it's not a weak point per se. I report, it seems that's all I can figure out with what little time I have. Better start moving. I'm telekinetically destroying enemies from a distance, but it will be more efficient if I go to fight soon. I will deal with the second portal, which is to the north, right? I say, yeah. How do you know? Natasha asks. I can feel the cold coming from that direction. If my guess is correct, Loki has connected this second portal with Jotunheim. Whatever army he's bringing will be bad enough, but the absurd cold weather will kill people much faster and it's harder to defend too. You can't punch the cold. I say. I turn to Hawkeye and ask. Needs a ride to a high point? I move my hand and stop a Chitauri chariot that was flying at high speed above us. Making the flying ship land, I destroy the pilots and take the weapons intact and throw them to the Black Widow. This should be more efficient than your current weapons. She holds the energy rifle and gives an appreciative look. Oh, how did you know that was exactly what I wanted for my birthday? She talks while testing the weight of the weapon. There's more in the flying ship. And grenades too. I say. Hawkeye sighs and speaks. What did you do? You can't give these news toys to a unsupervised kid like that. Have you checked the age restriction? He says jokingly but looks a little worried and is slowly backing away from the Black Widow. It appears that their relationship is like the MCU. Piss off, Clint. Just because he is a man that knows how to give gifts to a woman, you don't need to be jealous. The redhead spy responds looking affronted. I like you already, new guy. She says a little flirty to me. Now I know why she and Shago don't get along. They're very similar. Rolling my eyes beneath my hood, I turn around and say, I'm going now. I'll lighten up the burden here a little before heading north. Captain America nods. I'm counting on you, he says. I just nod and take a flight straight to the skies. Captain America is counting on me? How cool is that? From my appearance until now, only a little over a minute has passed. It's not long, but I know many have died in the meantime. But it was necessary to get in touch with my colleagues for today. Reaching a good altitude, high above the skyscrapers, I stop and watch the large number of Chitauri pouring out of the portal. This portal is directly connected with the vacuum of space. I can observe some drastic atmospheric changes close by. But not as much as expected if a literal hole in the fabric of space opened directly into our troposphere. That portal must be stabilizing the surrounding area in some way. I'm curious, but now is not the time. Starting to shrink, bringing my arms and legs closer to my body, I start to attract all nearby enemies. The space around me distorts a little as all the Chitauri are caught in my gravitational field. When I accumulate enough power, I release my omnidirectional force / telekinetic blast in the sky. Boom, I think 40% of the enemy army has turned to dust with this. A large area around me is empty. I don't waste much time and start flying towards the second portal. This help is all I can do for now to avoid casualties in this area. Beep, my communicator beeps. Yes. I hear Isabella's voice. Master Eidolon, I would like to report that Huntress and Lady Jade asked to be teleported to help against the invasion. She remembers referring to me as Eidolon when I'm in my suit. Oh, Helena, I can understand, but Shago going out of her way to help? Frankly, I intended to make Shago responsible for my villainous activities. And Helena, with anti-hero activities. But I think this is already blown up when they came into contact with Hawkeye and Black Widow. I'll give the role of anti-hero to both of them. In the future, I will have to find someone to handle my shady business. Help them with whatever they need. And bring them back if they end up in imminent danger. I talk while flying and slash enemies with my blade arms. Understood. And I want you to do some things to me. I say to Isabella as I adjust my plans. Carvalho residence, minutes early. Shagobu. Oh no, that looks bad. Anyway, I'm going to sleep, I say as I turn away from the window. Isabella, please bring my things, Helena says without taking her eyes off the window. After a second of hesitation, Isabella opens a portal and brings out 3 suitcases. Helena opens them without hesitation, revealing the contents. One of them has her new costume, made of unstable molecule, and finally covers the entire body of the slut, who lets the belly button exposed. Are you some kind of dancer? In the other suitcase, there are 3 crossbows, of different sizes. The medium one is the size of Helena's old crossbow. The smaller one is for the forearm and the big one is fucking huge. I remember Hector muttering something about a woman and laughing at a joke that only he understood while doing the crossbows. Just like Vane. Bruce Vane. Everything falls in place. He is weird sometimes. The third suitcase is full of bolts that do different things like electrocuting, exploding, and with trackers. Are you going to be out there? I can't help but ask the obvious. Yeah. You don't. She shots back. Hector got this. If he wanted help, he would ask. I answer. I will contact Master Hector of your decision, Miss Helena. Isabella speaks to the side. Typical. Isabella is a snitch. Good to know. But I'm starting to feel left out. This isn't right. I can't let this woman surpass me. Isabella, bring my things too. I speak. Isabella gives me a look before opening another portal with my suitcase. Only one. HMPF, I'm just more frugal, is not because Hector likes Helena more. Dressing quickly, I prepare to impress Hector. Have you changed your mind? Helena asks with a raised eyebrow. Like I will let you take the lead, bitch. Yeah. I can't let people conquer my world before me. It's an insult to me and the future world order that I will establish. How dare they? I answer simply. She just rolls her eyes. We're not going to play. This is serious. She says seriously. I know. Be a hero, right? Easy. Just kick ass, look good, and another thing that I forgot, but it shouldn't be important. I reply dismissively. Save people maybe? She speaks a little in disbelief. Yeah, that's it. It was on the tip of my tongue. I look at my nails. I hope they don't break. It would be a bigger disaster than this invasion. I put on my gloves after removing my ring, which changes the color of my skin, and then my mask. Drop us off, Isabella. I say, setting my hands on fire to test my powers. A portal appears and Helena and I jump in without hesitation longer. Morlock sewers, third-person POV. The underground is shaking. The surface explosions are reverberating throughout the place. The mutants that inhabit the sewers are nervous and getting ready to send someone to investigate. But before they could proceed, a person simply appears out of nowhere in front of the Morlocks. It is the figure of a woman wrapped in black mist. After a while, she reveals herself to be a tall woman in a maid uniform. But her face and hands are still made of black mist. Her eyes are the only thing you can identify on the face without features. Her eyes are just 2 purple slits. Who are you? Callisto asks, putting herself in front of the non-combatants. Mikhail advances to stand beside her, ready to fight. The fact that the newcomer is in a maid's uniform took the tension out of the Morlocks, but they still haven't let their guard down. Greetings. The caretaker. The woman who is obviously Isabella speaks as she hesitates a little. Her alias is something she and Hector hadn't decided on yet. Many names have been suggested as simply the maid, Mama, housekeeper, Hestia, the Greek goddess of hearth and home. But Hector gave up on that idea at the same time he proposed because he doesn't want to have any connection with these crazy pantheons of gods. By the way, Shago suggested Dami Mommy, but it wasn't accepted either. So Isabella has now decided on caretaker, which she thinks fits nicely, and she doesn't really care too much anyway. I'm here on behalf of Eidolon to say a few things. Isabella continues. Knowing she came on Eidolon's orders made most relax. First of all, These disturbances you are feeling are due to a battle taking place on the surface. The details you will know in the future, but you need not worry. Eidolon will do everything to make sure you guys are not affected. Isabella pauses to take a look at everyone's reaction before she continues. She talks calmly and gently as if she is convincing children to behave. You must be Mikhail, Isabella says, turning to the big Russian. Yes. Mikhail confirms unnecessarily. Eidolon said that the battle now is a good opportunity for your redemption. If you're willing, she says while narrowing her eyes. Mikhail is dumbfounded for a second before showing a serious expression. I will trust in the judgment of the leader, he says. Good. Guide me to Makia, Eidolon said to get him too. Follow me. Mikhail speaks before starting to head towards the Eidolon makeshift room. Isabella gives a deep bow to the rest of the Morlocks and says goodbye. Just stay calm. Everything will be all right. Words of Eidolon. She speaks before starting to follow Mikhail. On the way, Isabella explains the situation in more detail. On the alien invasion? Mikhail asks a little absent-mindedly. You don't look very surprised. I have seen my fair share of crazy things, my lady. We are here. The two arrive at the entrance of a large room, and the 4-meter-tall Makia appears to be sleeping. But as they approach, he lifts his head and sniffs the air a little. Master's maid, he says. Makia. Master is fighting. Before she even finished speaking, the man-giant started to rise. The master has given you a mission, Makia. Activate your necklace. Isabella speaks. Makia reaches for the palantir, which rests on his neck. The moment he touches and thinks about talking to Hector, he hears a voice in his head. Makia, are you listening to me? Master. My dear Makia. He hears Hector's soft voice. Aliens are invading the world that is meant to be mine, Makia. This can't stand. A little anger oozes from the voice in Makia's mind. The maid will teleport you, Makia. Destroy the enemies and protect my world and the people who live in it. Phrasing is important in dealing with subordinates. Hector knows this very well. Makia is no hero material, so he has to adapt. Images begin to appear in Makia's mind. Whose enemy is it, and to protect and avoid do as much destruction as possible. After a while, Makia turns to Isabella. Bring me there, little friend. Do you want a mask, Mikhail? Isabella says as she hands a communicator to Mikhail. No. Mikhail says as he puts the communicator to his ear. I don't have a life other than this one, and I want my little brother and sister to be proud of me when their big brother saves the world. He speaks determinedly. Isabella only nods. All right. Mist begins to spread when Isabella opens another large portal. North of New York, Loki, stop this madness at once. The angry god of thunder yells at his adopted brother. The region where they are has already become a land of ice and snow. Thor is doing his best to control the weather and hold off the cold till the humans have time to evacuate. But even with his efforts, Thor knows that many will die. The chilly winds of Jotunheim are not something a normal person can shrug off. I'm just making my own destiny, foolish brother. Unlike you who were born with the throne in hand, I am having to earn it by my own abilities. Loki speaks condescendingly. He feels very secure and that everything is in his control, as a small army of frost giants stands between him and Thor. A throne built on the corpses of innocents. Thor spat. Is this the kind of king you want to be, Loki? Thor rants furiously as he sends a frost giant flying with a Mjolnir strike. What do you think Odin's throne is made of? Underneath all that gold is blood and dead bodies too, brother. You can't be so naive that you don't know even this. Loki says. I will stop you and make you see sense. Thor exclaims before spinning Mjolnir and lunging towards Loki, his red cape billowing behind him. Oh, are you sure that you want to do that? Loki wiggles his index finger before making a woman appear in front of him. The woman is gagged and tied in green ropes of magic. Jane. No, it can't be. This is one more of your tricks, Loki. You're going too far. Thor speaks furiously. He'd spoken to Jane on the cell earlier, while on the helicarrier with the other heroes. While the scientists Reed, Banner, Pym, and Stark worked to locate the dodecahedron. She is safe at that time. It can't be Jane. But how does Loki know about Jane? Are you sure that you can risk? Loki says, opening a portal that glows green beside him. The portal connects with the rooftop of some building. To Loki, Thor is the only one who can stop him now. If he can keep Thor busy, he can stop the pesky humans who want to destroy the machine Selvig created to channel the energy of the Space Stone. What will you believe, Thor? Loki says before throwing Jane off the high place he is standing on. He doesn't even look at her as he crosses the portal to plot with the other heroes. Thor has to stop Loki, but even if it's an illusion, even if he proves that Jane isn't real, Thor can't risk it. Electricity runs through his entire body. Thor has never pushed himself as hard as that moment when he launches himself into the sea of frost giants to capture Jane before she meets a horrible fate. Arf! Thor flies really fast, but he won't make it in time. Expertly, he swings his hammer, making a gust of wind which goes against Jane, stopping her fall enough to him catch up. Meanwhile, he hits several frost giants in the way. He doesn't realize, however, that many more frost giants are already moving deeper in the city. Don't caring about him at all. Rolling a little on the ground with Jane in his embrace, Thor finally stops and looks at her to make sure that she is okay. He is glad he came to save her. The sensation of her body is not an illusion. It's real. But before he can get a good look at Jane, she glows green and an object the size and shape of a football ball appear in front of him. The Warlock's eye. It's all that his mind registers before everything goes blank. Amora stands up triumphantly. The plan is a success. She has to admit that Loki is pretty good with lowly tricks and schemes. Removing the illusion that makes her look like the mortal lover of Thor, she waves her hands, ending the spell. Using the image of a lowly woman is humiliating for her. And to see Thor disregard his own safety for other woman, that is not her, prick her right where it hurts. She will make Thor kill Jane with his own hands to prove that he loves her more, much more than that Midgardian harlot. Amora's mind control is different from normal. She doesn't turn the men she controls into mindless puppets, she changes their sense of priority, making her the person most loved by them. That they will do anything for her. Thor, get up, she orders. Thor opens his eyes that glow green for an instant before reversing to their normal coloring of blue. He gets up and faces Amora. Tell me, Thor, who do you love the most? She asks, unable to stop her heart from beating faster in anticipation. My love. Amora is the one that I love the most. Thor speaks sincerely. A smile blooms on Amora's beautiful face. Yes, my dear. Finally, you come to your senses, she says sultrily as she approaches Thor and hugs him. Thor instinctively leans forward and kisses her. Amora allows herself to get lost in the moment. After some time, she reluctantly separates from Thor and speaks. Thor, my love, go help your brother a little and come back to me later. No need to seriously help, just put on a show that's helping. Loki little rebellion will be over when Odin comes. But we are together forever. With a peck on the lips, Amora bids farewell to Thor and prepares to abandon Loki and Midgard. Now that she has everything she needs, she no longer has to waste time here. It needs time for the spell to ingrain in Thor's mind and become immovable. She doesn't want to be here when Odin's wrath falls on Loki. By the time Odin remembers Thor, it will be too late. While Amora is thinking about the bright future ahead, space shifts close to her. Pain assails her neck when she sees a figure in a black mantle appear out of nowhere and punch her throat. Faster than she can react, Eidolon reaches out and uses Larson to steal the Warlock's eye that was floating near Amora and stores the artifact in the inventory. Yo-cough. Amora can't speak but raises her hands glowing green, making Eidolon narrow his eyes. So she can still use magic without chanting or something? The games lied to me. Eidolon thinks as he clenches his fist, crushing Amora's hands together telekinetically, breaking some fingers in the process. Ah! With a kick to the solar plexus, Eidolon sends Amora flying away. He jumps and descends at high speed with his foot directly in Amora's face. Bam! Amora twitches in pain, but she was still conscious. Eidolon wants to see if in the case of Amora passing out, her control over Thor will disappear. Removing his foot from Amora's face, he sees that her face is a mess. Broken nose and teeth. All bloody. There is no pity in Eidolon's eyes as he moves his foot to the green dress she is wearing and begins to clean the sole of his foot. I just step on shit. Amora listening to this gets so angry that she almost passes out. While Eidolon is pondering what to do next, he hears thunder and quickly moves away. Crack! Thor has returned. He heard Amora's muffled screams and returned to rescue her. He looks furious and quickly moves to Amora's side to take care of her. His concern is on a par with what he showed when he thought it was Jane who was falling to certain death. Kill him. Kill him. I want him dead. Amora shrills wildly as she points to Eidolon, who watches the situation calmly but with 1,000 thoughts crossing his head. Thor protectively hides Amora behind his back and turns to face his new enemy. Before Thor could attack, Eidolon made the first move. He stomps on the ground, causing walls of ice and earth to cover his body. Thor looks on cautiously, but Eidolon attacks from an unexpected place. He appears in the space between Thor and Amora. The god of thunder turns around quickly but comes to face with a palm of a hand extended in front of his face. A massive air pressure attack sends Thor flying. Eidolon doesn't stop and attacks Amora, who looks shocked trying to understand what's going on. Her beautiful face is ruined, her enemy throwing Thor away and is going to attack her. All of this shattered all expectations of what the day should have been like. A well-placed punch in her stomach makes her fly very, very far. While in the air, Eidolon reaches out and fires another air cannon to send her even further away. He then ignores Amora and turns to Thor, who has already stabilized, and tries to fly to rescue Amora again. When Thor passes him, he is yanked back because Eidolon grabbed his cape from him. No capes. Eidolon speaks before slamming Thor to the ground. Eidolon sends a quick communicator message to his allies to take care of Amora and gets in Thor's way again. You dare! Thor yells at Eidolon. In this world, there are things I don't want to do and things I can't do. There's nothing I don't dare do. Eidolon replies calmly. At that moment, the frost giants that were nearby rushed to attack Eidolon. Previously, they ignored everything else because of the orders, but now they know that this Midgardian in black is an enemy, and they're going to kill him. But before they had the chance to land a hit on Eidolon, a huge mental shockwave is exuded from Eidolon's body and hits everyone. Eidolon Haushiku no Haki is unleashed at full force, targeting Thor, but also rendering all frost giants unconscious. Thor isn't affected much, however. His cape and his hair sway wildly and his face becomes serious, but he stays awake. As expected, Eidolon thinks while keeping his eyes fixed on Thor, without even a spare look at all the giants that fall to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Little tricks will not work. Eidolon concludes as he grabs his mantle with one hand and pulls it out, revealing for the first time in the world of Marvel his body underneath. His white hair is tied in a man bun, eyes that change colors, black and white UMF suit that exposes his muscles. The mantle will only get in the way of the fight. Thor tightens his grip on the handle of the Mjolnir and lowers himself into a combat-ready stance. The display from before proved that Eidolon is not a simple opponent. All of Thor's instincts are saying that this this warrior is dangerous. And he will have to take it seriously. Thor still has all his mental faculties. Amora's mind control just made him love her more than anything. But Thor is still Thor. Eidolon stretches a little. I've never considered myself a battle junkie, But I can't help but get excited about having a serious fight with Thor. Is Katakuri affecting me? Whatever. Crouching down, Eidolon lunges toward Thor using 100%, one for all from the start. He spins to give Thor an axe kick with his right heel. Thor reacts quickly and raises his forearm to defend himself, but to his surprise, he doesn't feel the impact of the attack. Eidolon made his foot intangible until it touched the ground, where he shifted his stance and delivers an uppercut on Thor's chin, sending him high into the air. The sky is his battlefield, but I can't fight him on the ground. Eidolon thinks before ducking and following Thor. Thor quickly recovers and prepares to fight back. He doesn't seem to have been much affected by the punch from before. The greatest battle the modern world has ever seen is just beginning. In another place on the battlefield, Captain America throws his shield, hitting 4 Chitauri soldiers with the rebound. He previously lost $10 to Fury because he bet nothing else would surprise him. Now he is glad that is a one-time only bet. The helicarrier, people with powers, Norse gods, and that Eidolon guy who arrived as backup. He and the others had just arrived to fight this alien army when faster than a bullet something crashes into the front of one of those whale-like airships. That he's a friend is all Steve Rogers needs to know before he quickly briefs the situation to the newcomer. Every help is welcome. And later he realized that it is a great help. When Eidolon takes to the sky and wipes out a good portion of the enemies before heading to the place that no one but Thor and maybe the Hulk can approach. But even so, he is finding himself greatly at a disadvantage here. We really need backup here. He speaks on the communicator. We are the backup. Stark speaks in a not-so-serious tone. The army will take too long to mobilize here, and these streets are not meant to be a battleground. Natasha Romanoff responds. **, we can help. Steve Rogers hears the voice of an unknown woman. Before he can question who she is, black fog rises high and a giant arm comes out of nowhere and pierces one of the Leviathan Chitauri. The arm effortlessly destroys the whole thing. The black fog that proved to be a portal expands and a giant Justin Pants emerges. He is at least 30 m tall and has another man on his shoulder. Banner, why didn't you say that you invited your cousin? I would have cleaned. The whole place is a mess. I'm ashamed. Stark speaks into the communicator, shock apparent in his voice. I don't know this guy. Bruce Banner responds, still as Bruce Banner because he is helping Reed. So is your love child Dr. Pym? Did you see that, Janet? Tony continues but is interrupted by another female voice. Arg, you're annoying. Just go shoot you, pew pew, lasers, and shut up, Iron Briefs. Why, how is this line being so easily invaded like this? Tony asks. It's not that hard to hack. Since the incident with Ivan Vanko, I thought you'd be more careful, Tony. But it looks like you haven't learned from your mistakes. A voice that is now recognized as Eidolon speaks. Hey! Tony speaks affronted, but Captain America interrupts him to talk about more serious things. Are they your friends, Eidolon? Yes. You can trust them. There's another too, you'll see. Eidolon talks, and that's all Captain America needs to hear. By the way, I have bad news and very bad news. Eidolon continues, the bad news is that I lost Loki. He teleported somewhere. Be careful. He warns. Can you not say the very bad news then? Clint asks hopefully. Thor is being mind-controlled. Everyone's expressions freeze. This is bad. Eidolon continues. I separated him from the sorcerer woman. I sent her flying towards Central Park, more or less. I advised the Lattice to deal with her. Seems like she's better at mind control in men. And I stole her artifact. Eidolon speaks. Lady Jade and Huntress, go deal with her. Roger. Okie dokie. Everyone hears the voice of the two women from before. Natasha, Mr. Storm, go help. All men stay away from Central Park. We cannot make the situation worse. Steve Rogers speaks. I'll keep Thor busy. I need to concentrate. Eidolon speaks before cutting off his own communication. Steve Rogers looks up to the sky and sees storm clouds forming and loud noises of explosions and thunder in the northern part of the city, where Eidolon and Thor are fighting now. He can only put his trust in someone that he doesn't even know. In the Stark Tower, this is not a force field. Space has been condensed in this area and is repelling any external forces. How can we penetrate it? Bruce Banner talks while adjusting his glasses. On their side, Reed uses a tablet-sized device to scan his surroundings. Human Torch tries to attack the force field, but it all proves useless. Dr. Selvig lies, unconscious on the floor. Maybe we don't need to penetrate it. Reed speaks in contemplation. Or we can use the strength of the big guy. There's nothing better than a hard enough slap on any electronic device, my father used to say. Johnny Storm speaks from the side. Bruce just ignores him. Turning into the Hulk is a one-way road, only to do it when Bruce is no longer needed. What is on your mind? Bruce asks, turning to Reed Richards. Perhaps we can make the machine itself change the direction of its repelling space. Changing the direction of force application inward rather than outward. Bruce's eyes light up, causing the machine to exert pressure on itself until it destroys itself. The materials it is made of are not very resistant. He says, "Yes, I need to take some things on my lab. Johnny, help me." Reed speaks as he starts to hurry. He then turns to Banner and nods gravely. "Now it's a good time to get angry, document," Human Torch says. Bruce removes his glasses and approaches the edge of the rooftop. "That's my secret. I'm always angry." And it leaps to the battlefield below, growing and turning green as it falls. When he hits a Leviathan's head, the transformation is already complete. Raising his fists high, he hits the Leviathan again, finishing its destruction. Hull smash! He yells before jumping towards more enemies. I have never been so happy to see muscular shirtless man in my life. Clint talks from the top of a building as he knocks down 2 Chitauri chariots with his arrows. His joke makes Natasha laughs, as he uses a Chitauri weapon to take down more enemies. A green object passes over her at high speed, hitting a Chitauri chariot that was trying to ambush her. She looks in the direction the missile came and finds the woman she faced at Oscorp. "You owe me 1. 2 if you consider I spared your life last time." Shago casually talks while making the RPG made with Miss Militia's power disappear. "You." Natasha narrowed her eyes. Calm down. We are in the same side." Shago says as she sets her hands on fire and attacks a nearby Chitauri. Considering the big picture, Natasha decides to put the enmity aside for now. "I will make you pay someday," she says before shooting again. If I got 25 cents for every time a redhead spy told me that I would have 50 cents. It's not much, but it's weird that it happened twice." Shago says as she rolls her eyes and starts to put in a little more effort to impress Hector. "Hello, ladies." Human Torch hovers nearby and swoops down to flirt with Shago. He's tried it before with Natasha, but he hasn't had much luck. And a woman with the Black Widow moniker has a lot of red flags, even though he thinks it would be worth. "Do you have a name? Or I can call your mine?" Human Torch says to Shago. Shago take a look at him and speak. "Sorry, handsome. I'm trying to snare a high-value man. I don't have to matchstick. Even though a matchstick usually lasts less than a minute." "Ouch, fiery, huh? Like you see. I like that." Human Torch says while pointing to his own burning body. "Here, take my card. I know we don't have time for that right now," he says while playing a card with his number. "Do you really have a fireproof card only to pick on girls?" Shago asks while looking at the card. "Yeah. You know you have no chance. But I can recommend my friend." Shago smiles mischievously. "A woman with a crossbow in purple. You can go flirt with her. Be forceful. She likes it. The more forceful the better. It proves you are really interested." She says. "Oh, I will keep that in mind. Bye. Don't miss me." Shago laughs before scoffing and turning the card to ash with her corrosive flames. She then starts going in the direction of Central Park. High in the sky, the battle between Eidolon and Thor is continuing. The two clash at high speed. The shockwaves of their attack destroys any Chitauri that flies nearby. Eidolon has already landed some good attacks, but Thor only suffered minor damage. On Eidolon's side, he still proves himself untouchable. Dodging multiple lightning bolts in the air, Eidolon counters with a colossal explosion. That explosion would be enough to destroy a building, but Thor emerges from the smoke just a little dirtier. That's complicated. Hector thinks as he maneuvers through the air. He punches the air, seeming at first to be a useless action. But a black circle appears below Thor, and from the circle a giant black machi arm appears and hits Thor from an impossible position. Eidolon punches again, but this time the circle appears from above and another punch hits Thor. They are crushing Thor between two punches. Thor tries to break free, but machi is sticky. The black machi then begins to change and morph into a ball, trying to capture Thor. Thor's eyes glow blue before electricity is emitted throughout his body. A large thunder hits him like it's reloading his power. The energy is directed omnidirectionally and vaporizes the machi, freeing Thor. Sigh if things were that easy, it wouldn't be Marvel. Eidolon continues with his attacks. Thor is proving himself to be a tough nut to crack, as expected. He is strong, durable, and surprisingly very fast. All his attributes are higher than Eidolon. But Eidolon has two advantages. His moveset is ridiculously big and he knows Thor. Not to mention he has something he's unmatched. His dodge skills from. He is basically untouchable. Haki, danger sense, spider sense, the force, and many others. Thor has so far failed to hit Eidolon even once. Even with fast attacks like literal bolts of lightning, Eidolon is still unscathed. But even though he's doing great, Eidolon is worried inside. The truth is that he is fighting on several fronts. First of all, he's directly fighting Thor. And he is concerned about the destruction of the city and people's lives. Though Thor sticks to his principles and doesn't target innocent lives, he's not holding back. Second, there is a battle in his mind with Thor. Eidolon is trying to use telepathy to reverse the brainwashing. But Thor has a mind tempered by hundreds of years of life. The effort is proving futile. Third, he is wrestling control of the weather. His efforts are almost pitiful too. Compete against the god of thunder, but he's lowering Thor's influence a bit. Eidolon is also fighting on a completely disadvantageous battlefield, but he can't help it. Helena looks up to the sky and sees the results of the battle. Lightning, explosions, pillars of fire, shockwaves that shake the clouds. It looks like a scene from the apocalypse. But she is not surprised by the battle. She saw things like this already in her old world. She is surprised at the level of strength Hector is displaying. This is almost a Superman versus Shazam level of fight. And Hector is just a 16-year-old teenager. She can also see that he has excellent control. The city is almost unaffected by the battle. Damn. Did you know that he is this strong? She hears Shago's voice behind her. No. He is not the type to flaunt his power. Helen responds. That is hot. Shago says, looking at a blue pillar of fire that looks like a huge laser. The fire cuts through the skies, destroying a good part of the Chitauri army. She notices that he is helping even during his fight. By the way, I'm talking about Eidolon and the fire. Shago adds, unnecessarily making Helena roll her eyes. So, I know Thor and Loki, but who is the other god? Tony asks on the communicator watching the battle. Even he is forced to fly low because of the fight. The shock of the blows is enough to destabilize his flight. He swears to himself that he will improve his suits. I think the other is a human. Natasha says. Are you sure? Tony asks as he sees Eidolon flying so fast and punching so hard it breaks the clouds Thor had just gathered. No, is the only answer he hears. Steve Rogers has previously said that he believes there is only one God, and that he wouldn't dress like that. But now he knows that even though Thor and Eidolon aren't gods, they're close enough not to matter. Because when gods fight, the mortal suffers. The struggle that is taking place in the sky is of a level that no one can interfere with. Maybe the Hulk. But the Hulk doesn't know how to fly. And when Steve Rogers thinks about it, he sees the Hulk jumping high enough to meet the two combatants. His trajectory meets the point where Thor and Eidolon will clash again. Everyone watching is curious about the result. But as if combined, the two turn towards the big green guy and hit him with an attack. Don't interfere, the voice of the two reverberates, before they return to fight. The battle moves to another part of town where Steve Rogers can no longer observe. Hulk is sent flying to the ground like a cannonball. Did these guys just bitch slap the fucking Hulk? Human Torch asks in disbelief. I think so. Oh no. The big guy is angrier now. Oh, thanks God he is gonna vent in the ice giants. Stark speaks. This is at least good news. After a while, everyone hears a loud sound and looks up. Eidolon and Thor had a huge direct confrontation. The biggest till now. The air distorted on impact and the two were sent flying in opposite directions. Thor is sent flying diagonally towards the sky, but Eidolon is heading towards the ground. Straight into a building. At that speed and knowing how tough his body is, no one has any doubts that the building will be destroyed. But Eidolon recovers and spins around in the air. When he touches out the building, he doesn't go through the building like everyone expected. The building acts like it's inflatable or made of rubber. It distorts and ripples appear on the surface. The building even sways. Eidolon used gentle criminal power, elasticity, very quickly and now using his new foothold to propel himself towards Thor, who still hasn't recovered from the previous clash. He starts to dominate the flow of battle. Despite the advantage, Hector is worried. His win condition is to release Thor from the brainwashing and not win the fight or kill Thor. The problem is that he has no idea how to do it. Kill Amora? Thor currently loves Amora more than his own life. Most likely Thor would get angrier and try to avenge the bitch. Destroy the Warlock's eye? He's not sure it will work that way. He can't risk it. In the worst case, the spell will become unbreakable without the artifact. In fact, Hector is still hoping that Odin or the Ancient One will show up to free Thor. But with every second that passes, that hope wanes. Eidolon's side eyes quickly a certain part of New York. The direction he's looking is where Bleecker Street is, which is where the New York Sanctum is located. He strangely doesn't see any Chitauri there. The area is suspiciously empty. Mirror dimension, huh? He thinks. I should have swallowed my pride and gone to learn magic from Ancient One. But there's no medicine to regret. The battle continues with Eidolon dominating it. Hector is already thinking about switching to another, more risky plan, because he can't keep this stalemate for long. Thor almost doesn't receive injuries and Hector doesn't even receive attacks. This is the kind of fight that can take days. But at this moment, something happens. Just below the fight, a building explodes. Hulk literally walks through the walls while holding a frost giant, which he uses to hit another frost giant. The problem is that there were still people in that building and on that floor. These people start falling straight to the asphalt because of the tilt of the building. But before they fall, an unseen force catches them and sets them almost gently to the ground. High in the sky, Eidolon has his hand outstretched toward those civilians. This isn't the first time Hector has saved civilians while fighting Thor. During the battle, he deflected lightning away from the city and saved some people. How did he do it? The Force can redirect energy. Like Yoda, who condensed Palpatine's Force lightning. Only instead of condensing, Hector only slapped the lightning away in a harmless direction. His Force user template, Starkiller, is not the best with subtle things. He was created to be a walking nuke, so Hector lacks much of the skills that the true master of the Force has. But improvising with martial arts, and imitating a little Garu and Bang from OPM, Hector deflect Thor's attacks. But this time was different. Eidolon focused a little too much on saving all those civilians, and Thor didn't let the chance go. Even with all the powers to prevent it, Eidolon was a millisecond too late to dodge the Mjolnir that was heading for the side of his face. Thor swings at full power and connects. But Eidolon is no slouch either. Quickly becoming intangible, he let the hammer pass over the rest of his face harmlessly. But the hammer had hit a little his first layer of skin. The impact makes Eidolon fly like a bullet to the ground with a broken jaw. Boom! Hector has enough presence of mind to remain intangible and phase through the buildings he would crash into. But he's not sure where is up and where is sewn, so after a while, he calculates it becomes tangible again so he can use the ground to stop being sent too far. He can't let Thor alone. Eidolon crashes into the street but doesn't stop. His body keeps going through cars and doing a vast scar on the concrete. Anyone who sees it cringes. After a period of silence, Eidolon stands up as if nothing happened. Putting his jaw back in place, he lets all dirt fall out his body because of a little power called Always Clean, which prevents dirt from sticky on him. Many teeth have been broken and Hector's mouth is full of blood. Because of the mask, he can't spit, so he just literally swallows his own teeth. Looking at Thor, who also watches him too in the sky, Eidolon says, "The child gloves are off now and the warm-up is over." After saying that, he removes the sword of actuation from his inventory. The blood-red eldritch sword gives the creeps to the onlookers, and even Thor himself feels uncomfortable looking at the sword. Thor instincts feels that Eidolon is now many times more dangerous. The air around him, his posture, the gaze, and the sword. Everything screams that if Thor doesn't give his all, he could die. For those who don't know, the sword of actuation is a weapon made to kill the God Hand in the Berserk manga. Those of you who have read it know that the difference between the powers of the antagonists, the God Hand, and Berserk's main character, Guts, is so ridiculous it's almost despairing. The enemy of Guts is literal gods who control fate, souls, and causality. Thor, don't worry. I will not give up on you. Eidolon says, one day in the future, we will drink and laugh about the time that you were brainwashed by a bitch witch. The sword of actuation, which was made to fight beings that are so strong that it seems hopeless to fight against them. This sword has been improved and evolved with the help of gacha cards. In simple terms, seeing Eidolon disappears and appears behind Thor. Thor moved fast and managed to avoid a bigger wound. But an ugly scar that runs from his cheek to his ear appeared and blood is spilled. Even his helmet was destroyed. The sword of actuation is a god-slaying weapon. I will try not to kill you, and you try not to die. Eidolon speaks coldly before attacking again. Aeon, sorry for the delay. I would post early but I had a problem. Next chapter, round 2 of the fight Eidolon vs. Thor. God vs. man. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. The heavens do not fear me because I am a god, they fear me because I am a man. Pantheon. Isabella POV. Everything that's happening, and what I'm seeing right now is really amazing. I think this is the word that best describes. I can't help but feel a morbid fascination with this disaster that struck this city. At the moment, I'm watching the battle unfold through the various cameras around the city. Master Hector gave me some small missions to complete during the battle. Transporting Gigantomachia and Mikhail was just one of them. But as he promised me at the beginning, I don't need to put myself at risk. Not me, not Helena or Shago. The two decided on their own to participate in the battle. Helena for her own sense of responsibility and justice. And Shago for, I don't know, compete with Helena? Seduce Master Hector? She's strange, but not unbearable. Seeing Master Hector face what is apparently a god, I get a little worried. But apparently he has the upper hand from what I can capture on camera. This is one of my missions. Computer, maintain 70% of cameras on the fight of Master Eidolon. I say to artificial intelligence or virtual intelligence. Not quite at the AI level, because it has no personality and no self-improvement potential according to Master Hector. Another fascinating stuff, bringing numbers and letters to life on a computer, following Isabella command. The robotic voice report, distributing 70% of caught in 4K resources to Eidolon battle. Caught in 4K is the name Master Hector gave to the plan to film the invasion to have proof against bad and fake advertisements in the future. Apparently, Master Hector is waiting for the blame for this to fall on him and the others who are fighting. Human nature, he said. Observing a more abandoned part of town, I retrieve some alien corpses and technology like Master Hector ordered. A situation on a certain screen catches my eye. One child, a little boy, is trying to move what is probably his father out of the car. The father is unconscious at the wheel and the situation is not looking good. There are Chitauri foot soldiers approaching and people running in panic. But nobody stops to help. I stare at the scene for a while, maybe hoping for some good outcome, but it looks like I'm just fooling myself. I utilize my powers without hesitation. Black mist appears on the street that is now almost empty of human life, and I step onto the battlefield. A loud sound of explosions, screams, and destruction hit me. I'm on my mist form, because Master Hector always says it's imperative that we hide our identities. Only the child and his father are here from civilians. The Chitauri are already very close, shooting in buildings and cars, taking their sweet time to bring complete destruction to the city. I'm not an expert combatant like the others, but I know how to fight. And with my powers, I won't lose to cannon fodder. I release a lot of mist from my body, enough to engulf the entire street and swallow all enemies. Everything is black and silent for a few moments. Then I retract the mist and there is no Chitauri in sight. I slowly turn to the child and father. The kid looks scared, but I ignore him and calmly pull the man out of the car. Don't worry, he's going to be fine, I say softly to the child. Putting him down, I prepare to teleport him away, but the father wakes up, a little dizzy apparently. He looks around and panic fills his features until he finds his son and calms down, giving the child a tight hug. Then he sees me. With a scream, he takes the kid and starts backing away slowly. I don't move so as not to scare him, but even so, when he's at a reasonable distance, he carries the boy in his arms and runs in the opposite direction. Using a car window, I look at my appearance. I have to admit it's a little scary, but he shouldn't have judged so quickly. I don't even look like the aliens invading. Now I see what Master Hector is trying to change. Looking forward again, I see the child look at me over the father's shoulder and wave his fingers at me. Fufu. I wave back. At least there's hope. But I see it's going to be difficult. Releasing a pillar of mist to the sky, I release the captured Chitauri in pieces. Body parts start to rain down the street while I calmly stand in the middle of it. After I finish dismembering all the enemies, I release my mist again to recollect everything. After all, cleaning is my job. Third-person POV Nick Fury, Maria Hill, and many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are at the helicarrier's command center as they organize the evacuation of civilians and command special squads to deal with the Chitauri on the ground. That's all they can do at the moment. This battle is something that a normal human army has no place in. Every place is busy with activity, agents, and operatives. They move from side to side doing what they can. The helicarrier is also in need of repair, as it was the stage of the opening battle of this entire catastrophe. In the various hollow screens, the situation in New York is shown in real time. And it is precisely because of this type of situation that Nick Fury wanted to assemble a team of exceptional people. And now his fears have come to life in the form of an alien invasion led by Norse gods. Fortunately, the exceptional people were rounded up, with reinforcements apparently. The arrival of this Eidolon makes Nick Fury happy and at the same time not. Reinforcements are always welcome, But the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence had no idea of the existence of such a powerful individual until he decides to reveal himself. Their job is supposed to know things. But deep down Fury knows it can't be avoided. People with powers must have unknown means to stay under the radar. And they can only be discovered if they make some grand gesture. This Eidolon and his companions, Fury has no idea where they came from. Aliens too? Experiments? Mutants? Wizards? For now, Eidolon is an ally. It's all that matters. Sir, the council is on. Maria Hill approaches a little out of breath. Her expression tells everything Fury needs to know about this call from the World Council. Fury groans in his mind. Director Fury, the council has made a decision. One of the council members, a woman by the voice, speaks. I recognize that the council has made a decision. But, given that it's a stupid-ass decision, I made the decision to ignore your guys' decision. Nick Fury speaks sarcastically, holding back from punching the hollow screen. Director, you're close than any of the 4 subs. You scramble that jet. Another councilman speaks, but is interrupted by Fury. That is the island of Manhattan, councilman. Until I'm certain that my team can't hold it, I will not order a nuclear strike against a civilian population. Nick Fury staunchly protests. All operatives and agents, including Maria Hill, listen to the conversation while holding their breath. The result of that exchange can decide the life and death of millions of people. If we don't hold it here, we lose everything. The councilman says. We can't trust the fate of the planet in the hands of unreliable individuals. My team is going to win, and they're our last chance. You make this nuclear attack and you kill them, and if the invasion doesn't stop, what we have left? Fury argues. Not wanting to continue with this useless discussion, Fury shuts down the screen. He will not order this attack. He is ready to bet everything on the people fighting right now. New York Spider-Man web slings his way through the streets of New York. I got you and you and you and you too, he says as he launches webs to pull civilians out of the way of falling debris. Acting fast, he makes a huge web that stops an empty bus from penetrating a building. People nowadays have no regard for public transportation. He says while web slings in a building and blocks the path of a flying Chitauri chariot. The chariot crashes into the web and spins out of the way, hitting several other chariots and then falling onto a battalion of Chitauri. Come on people. To the subway. Spider-Man urges the people on the street. He jumps in another chariot and kicks one of the Chitauri out of it. He turns to the pilot and grabs his hand which is on the steering wheel. Hey, sorry but it's Saturday. Earth is closing early. Please come back never. He says as he drives the chariot to hit a Chitauri Leviathan. Using his webs to secure the steering wheel in place and prevent the pilot from changing direction, Spider-Man jumps a few seconds before the chariot explodes into the Leviathan. Releasing another web, he swings to another part of town. Damn, I've used up almost all of my web fluid. I should have made more. He drops to the ground to engage in a fist fight with another alien battalion. Today the day had started so well. A date with Gwen, but then everything goes to shit. So after leading Gwen to the subway, Peter disappeared to put on his suit. Now Gwen must think again that I'm a coward who abandoned her. Peter thinks. It's not the first time this has happened. Last Christmas he, Ned, and Gwen were at the Stark Expo, and when the Hammer Industries combat droids went rogue, Peter also had to disappear to make way for Spider-Man. Peter noticed Gwen's anger and disappointment at the time. I hope this will be over soon. He needs to explain himself. Oh my, look at the time. I'm 20 minutes too late to some clobberin'. Ben Grimm aka The Thing gestures to his watchless wrist before jumping into the group of frost giants. Him and Hank Pym, the Ant-Man, or rather the Giant, now, since he changed his alias after cutting ties with the government and figuring out how to grow in size. The two are mainly fighting the frost giants, as they are both heavy hitters. The Hulk helped, when he wants, since the Hulk does his own thing. It's already a surprise he's differentiating friend from foe. While they are engaged in their conflict, reinforcements arrive. Gigantomachia appears from a corner and drags his hand along the ground. His fingers, like claws, destroy everything in front of them. He destroyed most of the Chitauri cannon fodder that was still around. The frost giant raises an axe and attacks Machia in the shoulder. Machia simply grabs the axe and stabs the arm of the frost giant with its claws. This part of the city is problematic because the cold has already taken hold, so only those who can withstand the low temperatures can fight. Well, I can't hold for much longer. Will you be okay? Ankpim asks. He is the most affected by the cold. Usar the Pim particles to grow in size spend too much energy too. No problem, pal. Go back to kick some lizard alien ass. Come answer. And yo, big guy? I mean, bigger guy. Are you all right there? Fame asks Machia, who holds two frost giants and hits each other on the head. Machia doesn't respond. He takes a deep breath, sucking in all the cold air and expelling it with a blow. The high-pressure blow everything forward and knocks away even some enemies. Bigger insects are still insects. Machia says, If you say so, well, speak awkwardly. In another part of the city, Mikhail is doing short work of the Chitauri. With his spatial abilities, he is very good with guerrilla fights against great numbers of enemies. He is using a short sword, his own preference that he has had since he lived in the other dimension. Due to the nature of his powers, using guns is very problematic. Easy to damage, you need to keep giving small pauses to aim, and it's even slower than him just showing up behind someone and decapitating them. The more powerful you are, the more common guns become obsolete, and it is better to go back to the roots and use swords and other melee weapons. A pistol would only limit Superman's abilities, for example. Clang, but the problem is if the quality of the weapon is inferior, it can become ineffective. Like now, Mikhail's sword just broke. Sighing, he blinks to the ground and picks up two pieces of Chitauri metal that were probably part of a flying chariot. Even as he targeted the fragile parts like eyes and mouth, Mikhail's sword wore out. So the best option is to use an equivalent material for fighting. Holding the two pieces of metal like clubs, Mikhail prepares himself to continue his onslaught. Close to Central Park, Amora hits a building before coming to a stop. She ended up breaking through some walls and being buried in debris. But an Aesir is not fragile enough to die from being thrown for a few kilometers. Even Amora, a woman and someone who pursues the mysteries of magic instead of physical strength, has stats that far surpass a normal human. In fact, it far surpasses even the likes of Captain America and Black Widow. A normal Aesir like her can lift 25 tons and has equivalent durability. So Hector knew she would survive even if he was a little rough with her. Amora gets up slowly and uses magic to start healing. She is not well versed in healing, but she can mend her broken bones and patch her skin. But because she is not that good at healing magic, she will need a lot of time and materials to get back to her 100%. So for the moment, she will remain in bad shape. When she sees the state of her face, she refuses to believe it. Broken teeth, swollen lips and eyes, messy hair. She had never been so humiliated in her entire life. She is Amora, the enchantress, the most beautiful, self-declared woman in all 9 realms. How can someone, a man of all things, bear to treat her like that? She gnashes what's left of her teeth and swears revenge. She will make the hooded bastard pay 1,000 times worse for his outrage. She continues to heal. She continues inside the building because she doesn't want to be seen in such pathetic state. Swyish, swyish, 2 crossbow bolts fly towards her. One sinking in her stomach while the other is deflected hastily by a shield just made by Amora. She would never be caught in a sneak attack of this level if she had her full mental faculties. Who? Amora screams as she gets up and removes the bolt that is stuck in her abdomen. Looking in the direction from which the bolts were fired, Amora sees Huntress near a hole in the building's wall. She is the first to arrive because of the many detection powers that Hector gave her. and for the fact that she wasn't distracted like Shago. Amora raises a glowing green hand, a magic circle forms and a giant ball of green flames is launched towards Huntress. To Amora's surprise, Helena simply throws herself off the building to dodge. Amora narrows her eyes and starts walking slowly toward the hole in the wall to make sure the enemy died from the fall. Then she hears the sound of shots behind her. Moving quickly, she makes another magic shield. The bolts hit the shield and explode. Boom asterisk boom asterisk. Not only on the shield, Huntress aimed for the ground as well, making Amora fall one floor and be buried by debris. Helena has already checked that the building is empty with infrared vision earlier. After she jumped out of the building, she used airwalk to quickly move around and catch Amora off guard. Flying is not common, even in Asgard. Amora doesn't expect a mere Midgardian to know how to move in the air. Helena watches the debris with narrowed eyes, and it's unsurprising that she sees a blast happening, releasing everything in all directions, freeing Amora. She looks even more of a mess now. Unkempt hair, dust, dirty water. She's taking deep gasps or fair. Not for exertion, but because of her fury. Bunch of lowlife and their lowly tricks. Amora gnashes her teeth. Helena doesn't hesitate to shoot again, but obviously Amora retaliates by shooting another green fireball. But strangely, Amora staggers after releasing her magic and falls to the ground on her knees. Asterisk gasp poison? She realizes and quickly raises a hand to her chest. Swish, 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 swish. The sound of the bolts cutting through the air makes her roll on the floor to take cover. Hector said that this poison would be enough to paralyze someone at the level of that Spider-Man. Helena thinks in her mind. The electrocuting bolts hit the ground, missing Amora. Magic, huh? I hate magic. Helena grumpily realizes in her mind as she remembers certain experiences in her past life. With Zatanna and Constantine. Magic was too much bullshit to her, and she always chose to avoid getting involved whenever something had the word magic, demon, or gods in it. It was her modus operandi. She knows a thing or two about magic, but this is in her old universe. She doesn't know if the magic here is similar. So Helena decides not to be overeager for the killing blow and wait for reinforcements. She will maintain her safe distance and just annoy Amora. She realized Amora's state of mind is not the best. She looks like the arrogant type that looks down on everything, like Cersei of the DC universe. Huntress fires more explosive bolts only to not give Amora time to breathe. These bolts will explode with different delays, to give Helena time to go get the big gun. While keeping an eye on the building and Amora's position, Helena moves to the top of a nearby building where she put her suitcases. Opening one, she picks the bigger crossbow. And opening another suitcase, she also takes a belt full of bolts that she attaches to the big crossbow. With this she can have a higher fire ratio. This thing packs a punch. As much as a sniper rifle. The big crossbow is almost comic in how big it is. Any gun enthusiast would rage for not having functionality and being unusable. For normal humans, Helena already has a minor super strength, so she has no problem using it. Honestly, Hector asked if she didn't want to switch to a sniper rifle or even a bow, so she could use her new powers to their full potential. But Helena preferred to stay true to her origins. I can't wait for Hector finish his E-serum, then I can have better powers without burdening my body. Who doesn't want to be bulletproof? Or maybe throw a car at someone? How many cars have already been thrown at me? I want some revenge too. Helena thinks as she points the new crossbow at Amora's position. But before she fires, a huge explosion happens in the building. She buried herself. Huntress looks intently at the collapsing building, and when she sees Amora's silhouette in her infrared vision still unscathed, she frowns. I see. That way, she'll buy time to get rid of the poison and heal. Amora is not incompetent. She lived for a long time, so her decision-making her is very good. Knowing that she was at a disadvantage because her reaction time was compromised because of the poison and the various injuries, And also because Huntress can attack from anywhere. Amora decides to use the building debris as a shield. No bolt can penetrate tons of concrete. None of Huntress' bolts has at the moment, at least. This worked for me too. Reinforcements will come to me eventually. She is only delaying the inevitably. Huntress resolves to keep an eye on the collapsed building. The sorcerer has cornered himself under a building to buy time. It's a good time to take her out. Huntress reports on the communicator. After giving her location, Helena picks up some cylinders and throws them in the area of the building. The cylinders release mustard gas. Helena won't let Amora's recovery be smooth. After that, she adds some more traps to complement the ones she put in before she even fired the first bolt in this fight. Now she's waiting for reinforcements to arrive, so she tries to hear a little about the situation throughout the battlefield. She still hears loud noises from the fight between Thor and Hector, but it seems they are fighting in a lower attitude now. And the clash sounds are different. More like clangs. They're using weapons now? Hector even needs a weapon? Helena wonders in her mind. Honestly, she'd rather be moving in and taking out the Chitauri or Frost Giants. But according to the intel, there are 3 main big threats at the moment: Loki, Thor, and Amora. The whereabouts of Loki are currently unknown, but she heard on the communicator that it looks like Loki is fighting Reed and Human Torch in the Stark Tower. Thor, the most dangerous, is being held by Eidolon. So it's imperative that she doesn't leave Amora free to do whatever she wants. After a few minutes, she hears the noise of something flying towards her at high speed. Took you long enough. Helena says to Shago that just arrives in a jetpack made with Miss Militia Power. Miss Militia Power from Worm series can create constructs of military things like guns and knives. Thanks for the time that Hector cultivated the power while he was the host, the power evolved a little and can now produce military vehicles too. Hector was quite curious about this, as the power got one step closer to a Green Lantern ring. Normally, in the world of Worm, powers or shards only evolve through awakenings, known as trigger events. These events depend on typically traumatic circumstances. The fact that Miss Militia Power grew a little without any traumatizing events to have her second trigger proves the influence Hector's power manipulation can have on all kinds of powers. Hector suspects that in the future this power could even summon other military vehicles like jets or submarines. But it would still be an inferior version of the Green Lantern ring or other powers that can make constructs. After all, the constructs made by Shago are only from the military area. It is hard to change the nature of a power. So Hector is still hoping to gain a Lantern Core ring in Gacha or manage to manifest psychic constructs with telepathy, so he's only mildly interested in the power and is leaving it up to Shago to see how the power evolves from now on without him. Just kicking ass while you sit leisurely here. Shago retorts Helena Barb. Soon after, Invisible Woman arrives, floating on a transparent platform. After the greetings, Huntress turns to Invisible Woman and says, "Can you make all the debris invisible? It would be nice to see what she was up to." "I don't know. It's too much, I never tried." Susan Storm says uncertainly. "That what she said?" Shago speaks as he starts to walk forward. "There's no need to plan too much. Let's go with a bang." Shago approaches the place of the collapsed building and makes a construct with her powers. "Is that a C4? Helena asks with a foreboding feeling growing on her chest. Shago turns to her and just smiles, before throwing a bunch of C4 madly in the overall direction of Amora. "Haha, I love this power." She screams before squeezing a device in her hand which is also made by her power. Click boom, a large explosion engulfs the area. But Shago doesn't stop. She doesn't know much about magic, so she won't hold back. Boom click asterisk asterisk boom asterisk asterisk 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 boom asterisk asterisk click asterisk boom boom asterisk asterisk click asterisk asterisk boom asterisk asterisk click asterisk asterisk boom click boom. Several explosions afflict the place, while Shago just keeps laughing. Let's see for how much time she will hide. Eidolon said it was to capture her alive. She is the plan B to end the brainwash. Huntress deadpants. Preferably alive, and I'm not blasting her directly. Relax. Shago corrects. Hey, without presence woman, make a shield to trap the explosions and smoke, Shago says pointing to Susan. Okay. Susan is a little overwhelmed by Shago's attitude, but she obeys. But before 10 seconds have passed, a massive explosion that was not made by Shago C4 echoes. The explosion throws all the debris away and opens a space from where Amora emerges. She is pissed, breathing loudly and furiously. Huntress points her crossbow and Invisible Woman also ready herself. Just protect our sniper, Shago says before jumping in Amora direction. I will skin you alive. Amora speaks with eyes full of anger. Her day only gets worse every minute. Damn. No wonder you need to use magic and mind control to snare a man. You're ugly as fuck. Shago mocks smugly. Arga is too much to Amora, who was already having trouble holding back all her anger. She finally explodes and starts tossing giant magic balls at Shago. Shago expertly dodges as she tries to get closer. Amora is so focused on Shago that she is hit again by Huntress bolts. This time she can only make a weak shield and she is thrown far. She already gets up trying to cast a magic ray in Helena, but Susan stops with a shield. She doesn't see that Shago is already on her and receives a punch in her face. But she do not falter too much and she tries to counterattack, but Shago throws herself back to dodge. She leaves a few grenades before moving away. They explode, preventing Amora from chasing her. She is stronger than she looks. Shago thinks. Hey, Janet Pym aka the Wasp appears, growing in an instant, and also punches Amora in her face. Ouch. She winces a little, not expecting Amora to be so durable. Changing strategy, she shrinks and shoots bioelectric blast with her wasp's stings directly into Amora's eyes. Arg, you bunch of slewdash, Amora starts screaming as she brings her hands to her face. Out of nowhere Amora is hit by a blast of energy on her back. She grunts, being forced to fall flat on her face by the impact she didn't expect. Black Widow appears holding a Chitauri cannon. I'm too late for the party? Yes, you are. Shago replies while she doesn't hesitate to make another C4 and throw it at Amora, but the sorcerer controls the earth to protect herself. But the earth blocks too much of her vision, so she is hit from a blind spot by a bolt that electrocutes her. Amora is then constantly bombarded by long-range attacks without even having a chance to breathe. The women try to perfectly time the offensive to overwhelm Amora. Their teamwork is crude but works. After an unknown amount of time, Amora lets the guard down exhausted. While she wasn't looking, Helena quickly moved to another part of the battlefield. Invisible Woman. Huntress screams as she fires another bolt with paralyzing poison. After Amora is hit again, Susan envelopes her in a very constricted shield, not allowing her to move or even get up, keeping Amora in a fetal position. She can't exert too much strength and, after a while, everything is too much to Amora and she falls unconscious. Wow, that's easy. Janet speaks. Let's make sure that is not a trick. Shago says while making a pistol and starts shooting with rubber-like bullets at Amora. The unconscious Asgardian don't react. Do you have any fetish for shooting people taught already down? Natasha asks with a raised eyebrow. Yes. You were the only one who woke up this in me. Take responsibility. Shago says sultrily. Before the discussion can continue, Helena interrupts. Eidolon did most of the work, so it was easy. Good job, everyone. Helena says as she grabs some special handcuffs she had asked Isabella to send earlier. Yeah. Nice one, besties. Shago exclaims excitedly, besties? Janet asks puzzled, yes, besties. Nothing bonds women better than trashing other women. We are Betties now. They can deny it. After binding Amora completely, Huntress looks up to the sky where it is possible to see the change in the weather and the results of Eidolon and Thor's fight. One less. Is Eidolon gonna be okay? Susan asks uncertainly. She has never seen this scale of power before. She can't help but be worried. Relax, he is strong. Shago speaks dismissively. But Helena realizes that she has a little worry that she is hiding. We can only trust him. She sighs looking at the sky. With Eidolon clang, Thor deflects a stab aimed at his throat. Thor retaliates by swinging his hammer at Eidolon's body, but is easily dodged. The pace of the battle increased with each exchange. The two combatants' speed and their focus increased by the second as they practically slide along the ground. They collide 1 time, 2 times, 5, 10, 100. They're so fast that a normal person can't tell how the battle is going, just seeing the shadows going back and forth every now and then. The cars are like made of paper and the buildings are like cardboard, completely ignored by Thor and Eidolon as they fight. Eidolon is only fighting this way because he knows there's no one else in the vicinities. So he's not caring too much about property damage now. He has a plan. Eidolon now can see the path to victory. But he needs to press Thor to his limits. The concrete and earth wraps around Thor's feet, preventing him from dodging an attack, causing him to receive a superficial wound in the arm. A half-destroyed car hits him from behind, causing him to receive another wound to his thigh. Debris blocks his escape route, causing him to take another direct hit. The debris also prevents him from moving as he wants, making it impossible for him to fight back. It can now be said that Hector has the upper hand in the fight. He is not hesitating too much and the battlefield now favors him. Previously, fighting in the air, Thor can control the atmosphere and climate. Even flying to Hector was difficult because he was practically in Thor domain. But now, with no civilians, Hector doesn't have to worry and he has lots of things to use. He still wants to take the battle to the skies though, to the grand finale. But he wants to take advantage of the terrain to weaken Thor a little. After another clash, Thor abruptly uses Mjolnir to attack the ground, causing a shockwave to spread in all directions. Everyone feels like a mini-earthquake hits the city. Even Eidolon has to stabilize himself and the fight goes on a temporary break. Your name, warrior? Thor says while pointing his Mjolnir towards Eidolon. I'm Thor from Asgard, god of thunder and son of Odin, he declares proudly. I'm Eidolon, a meta-human, and now a hero apparently, Hector replied unsure. This is some sort of recognition among fighters. Could, Eidolon, your tricks won't work on me. Let's fight with our all and decide this fight already. HMBF, to me is working just fine. Hector scoffs, and you're the one that moves don't work. Your hammer can barely touch me. And your lightning is useless. How do you plan to decide this fight, Thor? Hector decides to use the opportunity to rile up Thor a little. Using the smoke screen, Eidolon engulfs blocks of the city in smoke. Thor snorts and spins Mjolnir to disperse this useless effort of Eidolon. I already told you that petty tricks will not work. Thor spoke, but Hector disappeared. Where did you go? Thor screams at nothing. Going to kill Amora. Hector's voice reverberates in the space. Exclamation point. Thor prepares to fly, but as his feet leave the ground only for a few inches, boom, a giant arm phases through the ground and punches Thor to the sky. A giant Eidolon leaves the ground before shrinking in size and disappearing. Calculating the trajectory, he appears a few dozen meters above Thor and kicks him away horizontally. Well, I thought you said that petty trick wouldn't work. Hector provokes before pressing his advantage. Eidolon slashes with the sword of actuation continuously and quickly. every attack more close to give a fatal blow. He is really trying to kill me, Thor thought. No, I'm not. Eidolon thinks to himself after having caught the stray and superficial though of Thor's mind. He is flustered, thoughts escaping like this ever since Eidolon started to wield the sword of actuation. He has felt that his senses are different. More like his sixth sense, or sensibility to magic, has increased. Maybe it's a passive buff of the sword and he didn't feel anything in the world of Bien because there was no magic there. Giving a side glance to Bleecker Street, the place where the Sanctum of New York is, Hector notices that he sees that the space there is weird, blurry, distorted. Hector focuses on Thor and smiles. He can see his win condition. In fact, previously Hector is worried. Even with all the epic battle he's had so far with Thor, the most he's managed is to make Thor bleed a little. Obviously, if he really wants to kill Thor, but he would have to pay a heavy price. Using powers like decay, overhaul, and others is not so simple. Thor is not going to sit around waiting to die. And Hector couldn't kill him instantly. Hector needs to be ready to sacrifice some limbs to give the killing blow. Everything is almost ready. Hector just needs Thor to give him the chance. The battle continues fiercely. The two have already moved a little away from the center of town. Trying to keep me away from Amora? Huh? Works for me just fine. Hector thinks Thor utilizes the impact of a strong blow of Eidolon to gain space as he is blown away. He is launched straight into New York Bay, the impact making a huge wave, big enough to threaten the shore. I'm not following him in the water. Hector thinks before flying a little closer and waving his hand, freezing the wave and the water below him. Something important to note is that the powers that Hector acquired in the world of BNH different from powers in the world of Marvel or Worm. Its strength is directly linked to the user's physical capabilities, like his fitness or his stamina. So, to Hector, that is beyond human. He can bring out the true potential of all his powers. In other words, ever the weakest of his power can reach alpha-level power in his hands. Closing his hand in a fist, Hector tries to seal Thor in ice. Unfortunately, Thor manages to escape to the sky again, keeping himself between Eidolon and New York City, like protecting it. Or rather, preventing Eidolon from going after Amora. Why it looks like the villain here is me? Hector thinks before lowering his hand to the ice around him. With ice manipulation, he splits the large frozen wave into small spears and starts hurling it at Thor at high speed. Ice can be hard as steel if it's cold enough. Thor starts spinning Mjolnir to defend himself. Eidolon doesn't care, because actually half of the spears are being fired at the Chitauri army in the sky. Eidolon is taking the opportunity to put pressure on Thor and lessen the burden on the other heroes. The spears of ice start to get bigger and bigger. Those that go towards Thor are reduced to snowflakes, but those that pass through him pierce Chitauri chariots and leviathans. The stalemate continues for a while, until spears as big as boats start flying through the sky. Thor continues to spin his Mjolnir, fending off almost contemptuously easy. But then his instincts flare. His senses scream and the world seems to go into slow motion. Thor looks to the side and sees that a big ice spear much bigger than his body is passing on his side. Thor can even see his own reflection in the ice. He obviously ignored this attack because could not hit him. Then, an arm holding the sword of actuation emerges from the ice. Everything looks slow, but in truth, everything is happening in the blink of an eye. Eidolon had hidden in the ice and took advantage of it to sneak attack Thor. The sword of actuation moves quickly to pierce Thor's heart. Thor acts fast and decides to sacrifice his arm. Putting his left wrist on the way, he manages to deflect the sword, making it pierce his shoulder. Thor felt pain in his side. Looking down, he saw a beam of light penetrating his waist. Hector ignited a lightsaber to pierce Thor. A wound in the waist is a huge impediment in mobility. After all, a person's center of gravity is usually at the hip or knees. The two fighters looked each other in the eye. Eidolon upper body emerging from the ice. In his right hand the sword of actuation pierces Thor's wrist and shoulder. In the other his light saber penetrates Thor's waist. Is just a petty trick, Eidolon says before opening his mouth and screaming. Even Eidolon half-mask has an open hole where Hector's mouth is. Thor's ears bleed a little. He backs off quickly, flying closer and closer to the clouds and the storm in the sky. Eidolon leisurely pursues. Almost. Thor is enraged now. Pointing his Mjolnir towards the dark sky, he begins to attract a large amount of electricity. Hector narrows his eyes. The nanobots in his UMF suit already repaired his mask. Feel the wrath of Thor, the god of thunder. He screams after spinning Mjolnir and throwing it at Eidolon. I was waiting for this. Eidolon's eyes sparkle. Seeing the fast approach of Mjolnir, Eidolon reaches out. His arm grows to ridiculous proportions, getting bigger than his own body. And then his army burst on black mist. To use the power of teleportation, it is necessary to use the black mist which is made from the user's own body. This can be considered the greatest limitation of this power. The black mist heads for Mjolnir to envelop it. At this point Hector miscalculates a little. The Mjolnir is overcharged with electricity, much of the mist is destroyed, in consequence much of Hector's arm too. But he manages to teleport Mjolnir away. To the roughly coordinates 40 degrees 42 minutes south, 105 degrees 59 minutes east. On the other side of the world. Even if the Mjolnir could move at FTL, faster than light, it will need some time to lose momentum and change directions. Every fan knows that Thor's great weakness is his over-reliance of the Mjolnir, especially at the beginning of his saga. If Batman can beat people because of his resources and research, Hector can beat them because of his absurd amount of powers and meta-knowledge. Thor, seeing Mjolnir disappear, widened his eyes and extended his arm to call it back. Eidolon doesn't hesitate. Ignoring his lack of left arm, he does a platform in the air and crouch down. His leg muscles swell to almost twice their original size and Eidolon also activates Overclock, the power that allows him to reach high speeds. At the same time, Eidolon spins the sword of actuation in his hand, making the blade pass near his shoulder where a mouth appears. The mouth opens and a tongue licks the sword and Thor blood. Eidolon just activated, blood curling from stain. He doesn't know if it will work on a god like Thor, but even if he just stops Thor's movements for a split second, it will be enough. Thor shivers and gravity starts to make him fall faster. Cut only what I want. 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 Eidolon repeats in his mid as he approaches Thor at unmatched speed. He's never been so focused in his entire life. His eyes are bloodshot and he is even bleed from his nose. The many mouths and eyes on the blade of swords of actuation start blinking and screaming madly. For Thor, it all happened too fast. Eidolon's figure appears less than a meter away and before he can react, Xian Eidolon cuts Thor in half, from waist to shoulder. Even though no one saw the moment of the killing blow, everyone feels it. Like all the sound of the battlefield was cut in half as well, and the entire city fell into an instant of suffocating silence. Even the clouds in the sky have a huge scar now. Thor starts to fall to the ground in pain. But falling from that height doesn't hurt him much, he's more concerned about the pain in his chest. There are no visible marks on his armor, his body has not been harmed in any way. What Eidolon cut was Thor's astral form, or rather the spell clinging in Thor's astral form. Thor kept kneeling on the ground gasping for air. Eidolon cuts through a portal in space and appears behind Thor. Only with a stump as his left arm, which was destroyed above his elbow. Hector didn't feel pain in the destruction because Mist doesn't have pain receivers, but now he is feeling some ghost pains. But he doesn't worry about that now. Keeping his eyes on Thor, he holds the sword of actuation up, ready to strike. That it was his last gamble. From here, if it doesn't work, he's going to have to really cripple Thor and hope Odin can heal him later. Thor continues to convulse in pain. He clutches his head and screams to the sky. Green mist begins to pour out of his mouth, nostrils and eyes, and especially on the unseen scar in his torso left by Eidolon's sword. The green mist spiraled in the air, and shapes of beautiful naked women making seductive poses appear in the fog. Thor finally relaxes and lands on all fours after expelling all green mist. A disgusting thing, Eidolon says while waving his sword, dispersing Amora's spell which is in mist form. "Are you back, Thor?" he asks cautiously. After a few more deep breaths, Thor straightened up and looked at Eidolon. "Thanks, my friend. I'm good now," he says, and the various powers of Hector confirm the veracity of his words. "Good." Hector smiles, finally relaxing. Thor guiltily looks around and also at the stump that was Eidolon's arm. Noticing Thor's gaze, Hector speaks. "'Tis but a scratch. Will grow back. I will hold back the regrowing for now. Who knows, maybe I can surprise Loki by giving him a punch with a regenerated arm. And also inspire pity. Oh, look at Eidolon, he sacrificed so much for us," Hector thinks. At that moment the two hear a great noise coming from downtown New York. "Let's go, Thor." Eidolon extends his remaining arm. There's still work to do. Thor grabs his arm and stands up. Extending his other arm, he calls Mjolnir back. "Let's teach my idiotic brother a lesson," he says. Some minutes early, in the Stark Tower, Reed Richards had returned to his lab to retrieve a device to destroy the machine that's powering the portal. The device is an abandoned project of his even before the Fantastic Four gained their powers. There are 4 mini-turret-like machines that can stabilize the space to prevent the portal from going out of control, and that the changes in temperature and pressure on both sides of the portal do not affect the surroundings too much. Now, he plans to do the exact opposite. To reverse the repelling force that Selvig machine produces and make the machine self-destruct. But before he can install the devices, Loki attacked him. Loki has been hiding nearby since he said goodbye to Thor, and he doesn't plan on letting anyone interfere with the portals. To him, his army will eventually overwhelm the heroes. And he needn't care about the damage since he's the invading force. Loki was successful in defeating Reed and Human Torch. The two are now grunting in pain on the ground. It wasn't much of a fight as Loki caught them off guard. But before Loki can boast, Crash Hulk appears and punches him, causing him to fall off the top of the building onto a car on the street. Hulk follows jumping and lands just as Loki gets up. "Enough!" Loki screams furiously. All of you are beneath me. I am a god, you dull creature, and I will not be bullied by." He is interrupted by Hulk, who grabs his leg and slams Loki repeatedly on the street. "Puny god," Hulk snorts. But Hulk is sent back a few steps by an energy blast. "Now, I'm the one that is angry," Loki says before spawning the casket of ancient winters. And surprisingly, he doesn't unleash the power of the casket in Hulk. Instead, his skin starts to become blue. His eyes and scara glow red. Loki's mouth comically expands and he swallows the casket. And then his body starts to expand, muscles grow surpassing the Hulk. His clothes are ripped off, leaving him bare chest, only with his pants barely holding it. Then, him and Hulk must go shopping in the same place. An ice crown appears on his forehead. He swats Hulk very far with a swing of his arm. "Now you shall pay," the now giant Loki says hoarsely. Bang, the Mjolnir hits Loki in the chin, before making an arc and coming back to the hand of Thor. Thor and Eidolon land on the floor side by side. "What long day," Eidolon mutters as he makes a battle stance. Hector POV, "What long day," I mutter as I prepare for another fight. So many unexpected things. The girls have already reported that Amora has been captured, so all that remains is to defeat Thor and stop the portal machine. I'm still with only one arm. Maybe the opportunity to catch Loki off guard will appear now. "Eidolon, I hear Thor calling me to my side." He is still my brother." Thor spoke gravely. "I understand what he means." "Sigh, okay." I nod. I support you. I say simply. Thor nods and prepares to attack. Spinning the Mjolnir, he launches himself towards Loki. Loki raises his hands forward and makes a blue magic circle. Zing, I move really fast and cut the magic circle with my sword. An anti-magic sword is very useful. You dash, Loki says in surprise, but he is hit by Thor in the stomach and dragged by several blocks. After slamming Loki into the ground, Thor floats in the air and draws lightning with his Mjolnir and blasts Loki. I move swiftly and wait for an opportunity to counter any of Loki's possible counterattacks. HM? Hulk comes jumping and stomps on Loki's chest. But in the process, it is also hit by Thor's lightning. That's why I didn't want him to get involved in my fight with Thor. It would get too messy and easily get out of my control. Because of Hulk, Thor stops using lighting. Loki seizes the opportunity and blasts Hulk away as he tries to get up. I cut his heel, forcing him to his knees. Going under him, I give him an uppercut to the sky. Thor seizes the opportunity and throws himself again at Loki. Sincerely, this is not a fight. Is a beating. Every spell that Loki tries, I cut. Every move, Thor overwhelm him. You are just a mortal ant thinking that can challenge a god. Oh, trash talk? I'm good at it. I was a keyboard warrior, Loki. God of lies or not, you have no chance. So, Loki, just curious? About you and Sleipnir. I start, no kink shaming here by the way. I'm just intrigued. Thor guffawed. What about Sleipnir? Loki asks, pausing. That he's your child? I continue. You think I'm the father of Odin Mount. He screams. I think that you are his mother of him. And the father is a horse. Loki's face blanks. Thor continues to laugh. Though, what kind of lies are you spreading in Midgard? Hey brother, don't point your fingers at me. It was Sif as revenge for you shaving her hair off. Thor spoke with a chuckle. But I have to say, brother, because of your other kids, it was easy for people to believe in it. Thor speaks and laughs. Oh, godly gossip. I say as I move for an attack. Eidolon, my friend. One day I will tell you other interesting stories. Thor speaks as we continue to press angry Loki. The fight continues for a few minutes. Even Hulk delivers some good blows. As I move quickly across the battlefield, I can't help but hum a little. I am the storm that is approaching, provoking, black clouds and isolation. I'm using a space-cutting sword to combo Loki. I can't help it. Let's finish this, Thor. I scream. Kicking Loki guts, I send him flying high in the sky, to Thor who is accumulating power with stormy clouds. I'm directly below the two, making a line of the 3-0 fuss. Thor roars and strikes Loki with big lightning. Thick as a car. I focus too. Power flows through my fingertips. I let the anger of this invasion boils. And I connect with the dark side of the force. Pointing my remaining hand to Loki in the sky, I strike with my own purple lightning. Blue and purple lightning meet with Loki in the center, lighting up the entire city. Even the scattering lightning strikes flying Chitaris, making them fall from the skies like flies. As if we had agreed, I and Thor stopped at the same time. Loki begins to fall, scorched. I jump at him, with the sword of actuation in hand. The sword makes me see the core of the origin of Loki's cold energy. Right in his stomach. I cut Loki and emerge from behind him with the casket of ancient winters in a telekinetic grip. Loki starts to fall to the ground, shrinking. Still alive, I feel. I grip my sword like a spear and throw it at Loki, sticking him on the ground. I avoided his vital points so he won't die from it. But the sword of actuation is an item from the gacha, no one can move it if I don't allow. I land on the ground, Thor landing beside me. Don't worry, he'll be fine. I kick Loki in the balls. He was starting to get ashen-faced, probably to instigate pity in Thor and fake his death. Bloody hell, I'll get revenge one day. He screams after seeing that I see through his act. Hee hee, you got what you deserve, brother. Thor said as we watched Loki try to take the sword that was trapping him on the ground. The thorns in the handle lash out like a whip striking Loki's hands. What in damnation is this sword? Loki asks. It's not just anyone who can use it, I reply. I did something similar once, put Mjolnir on his chest. He didn't move for 3 days. Thor speaks beside me. You should have left him there longer. Hulk lands in the middle of the two of us. Good job, Dr. Bannerman Hulk. Thor starts but corrects himself in the middle, seeing the face the Hulk made. Then the Hulk extends both arms as if to give a small punch to both our shoulders. Thor is sent flying away. But I saw this miles away and was intangible. No smashable puny guy. Hulk sad. He says as he runs his hand through me like I'm a ghost. Best luck, next time big guy. I say moving away. Interesting. I felt a tingle where the Hulk's hand was passing. Is this radiation gamma? I remember in the comics the Hulk has a connection to the one below all because of the gamma radiation. Can he hurt me even intangible if he learns to control it? Better to be careful and not 100% trust my intangibility. Top of Stark Tower. After Loki is taken away, Reed Richards can finally install the machinery to destroy the portal. Just a few more minutes and the portals will be destroyed. He reports on the communicator, boosting the morale of the rest of the heroes. Shield helicarrier, sir, we have a bird in motion. Maria Hill reports to Nick Fury across the control room. Fury's face fell and he doesn't hesitate to take off and run towards the hangar. Anyone on the deck? We have a rogue bird. We need to shut it down. I repeat, shut it down. Maria Hill desperately conveys orders. She and Fury know what is this about. The World Council overrides Fury's authority and is launching a nuclear assault. Meanwhile, Fury has already run and jumped through various corridors and bridges of the helicarrier. He reaches the deck holding an RPG just in time to see the fighter jet getting ready to take off. He aims the RPG and expertly shoots it at the back of the jet, to prevent it from taking flight and also to not kill the pilot who is just following orders. Boom, the jet is half destroyed and is gliding along the runway. Before Fury can breathe a sigh of relief, another fighter jet passes him quickly and takes flight. Nick Fury by reflex takes out his pistol, but he knows that will be a futile effort. He goes back inside the helicarrier and presses the button on his communicator. Stark, do you hear me? We have a missile and it's going straight to the city. Fury reports gravely. Grunt how long? Stark asks as he stands up. He had just been knocked down by one of the clashes from the Battle of Eidolon and Thor and was being overwhelmed on the ground by the Chitauri. 3 minutes, ticks. Jarvis, put everything we got in the thrusters. Stark speaks before taking flight. Reed, delay the destruction of the portal for a while. There's a missile coming and I know exactly where to put it. Stark speaks and without waiting for an answer he flies to the outskirts of the city. Hector Pyoun? I feel a shiver through my body. This is the second time I've felt danger of this magnitude. The first was when I felt the invasion, but this time it's much worse. I don't feel a danger that threatens only my surroundings. Now I feel that my life is being truly threatened. What troubles you, my friend? Thor asks beside me. I don't answer, eyes focused in a certain direction. It was then that I saw it. A nuke. Filhos de puta. I curse in Portuguese. I raise my hand, but then I see that Iron Man is already directly under the missile. This complicates things a bit, but I can still send the nuke away. But I'm in a dilemma. On the one hand, the safest route is simply ripping Iron Man off the missile and opening a portal to the middle of the Pacific Ocean. But on the other hand, this is the turning point for Tony Stark, the first sacrificial play that he made. This close encounter with death was the first step towards making him a true hero, at least in the MCU. What will happen if I interfere? Will I hinder his growth? Will there be some snowball effect that makes him weaker and less prepared than what he normally would be? It could even lead to his eventual death. This dilemma is probably something those fan FIC MCs must always have. How much to interfere with the plot of the story? In theory, the best thing to do is to prevent catastrophes and encourage good things. But in practice, it is not so simple. Stark already has the missile under control and is sending it into space. The best case scenario. But he will have severe PTSD. Things might not go as smoothly as in the movie. I already have examples of that. But it's good that Stark becomes a reliable ally. I may not be able to prevent all disasters. That's one of the decisions that have no right answer. And you will only know the best outcome after everything happens. Armin once said, "Everyone can make a choice after they have learned what it will result in. But you don't know what your choice will result in before actually choosing." Even using observation hockey, I only see a few seconds in the future. I am following the trajectory of the missile. If I see that he's going to explode prematurely with my observation hockey, I'll act. Leaving Thor confused, I begin to float and follow Iron Man's trajectory with my eyes. Then my time to make a choice is over and I see Stark walking through the portal carrying the missile. I sigh, hoping that I made the best decision. But just because I'm going to let the plot go by itself in this particular case doesn't mean I can't protect the others from the consequences. Stopping at the top of Stark Tower, I prepare to pull Stark and not let him fall through the portal on his own. This I will not leave to luck. Come to think of it, maybe this is also just a controlled risk. Exclamation point. Yeah, it sounds right. People like Odin or the Ancient One can probably end this invasion with the snap of a finger. But they probably let it happen. As a way of tempering Earth heroes for the future. Odin and the Ancient One won't be protecting us forever. The two, for example, are already training and preparing their respective successors. Maybe to them, this invasion is simply a training opportunity for us. To prepare us to even bigger threats in the future. The super powerful long-lived people must have a completely different mindset from us. They can handle it if things get out of hand. Damn, Loki can never dominate Earth. There are too many hidden powerhouses hidden on the planet. If the invasion expanded beyond New York, someone could wake up and destroy Loki. Like Khonshu, for example. If Loki's ambition continued, he would step on so many toes. This invasion is bound to be a failure from the start. And the lives lost in the process? If I ask, they will probably reply with, "Small price to pay." And honestly, logically, I can't deny it. This invasion was weak and was a great wake-up call to the world. But I'm still extremely uncomfortable. Well, I'm a hypocrite too. After all, I'm also using this to propel my own agenda. But at least I'm sincere in my help. I will think about this later. I prepare my good arm and punch into the sky towards the portal. My arm stretches for miles and miles until it crosses the portal. Using partial gigantification and Machi no Mi, I can have a lot of mass to use. I used the same trick to have more mist to teleport the Mjolnir. Can he stretch like you? I hear Human Torch talking to Reed. Focus, close the portal the moment I pull Stark back. I speak as I continue to expand my arm. Got him. I say when I feel my Machi wrapping around the Iron Man armor figure. Without delay, I bring Stark back. But the portal still hasn't closed and I can see hints of the nuclear explosion approaching. Why is the portal still open? I scream, This is unexpected. My machine is building momentum to reverse the pressure and destroy the portal machine. Reed responds flustered. Smartest man alive, my ass. That's putting all your points in INT and neglecting W's. Thor. I say before launching Iron Man towards Thor, who was flying close. Thinking fast, I fly towards Captain America. He was watching the situation in the sky, like everyone else probably. Lend me your shield. Thank you. I say, and without waiting for his answer, I take his shield. Flying towards the portal, I see the explosion getting closer. I activate a power that can make inanimate objects grow, Yui Kodai quirk, and use it on the vibranium/adamantium shield. and I launch the shield towards the portal and telekinetically control it to cover the portal. Everyone in the city can see the shield blocking the portal. I thought I would have to apply more force to block a nuclear blast, but this shield is very efficient. I'm barely putting strength behind my telekinetic hold. I'm only holding the shield in place. After a while, I feel like the explosions have stopped and I retract the shield. To make a little show, I make the shield circle the city while the painted part is facing downwards. Then I draw it into my hand, and when I touch it, I make the shield go back to normal size. I'm in a good position, many people can see me. They saw me use Captain America's shield to defend the city. Good PR. After that, I float to where Captain America is. Steve Rogers is reunited with Thor, Hulk, Hank Pym, and the thing around Tony Stark, who is breathing heavily on the floor. Loki is close, still grounded by the sword of actuation. It seems he has accepted his fate. Resisting the urge to act like Scott Lang and say cheesily, "Here is your shield, Captain America." I just hold it out and say, "Thanks." He nods his head. I feel him look at me in awe. "I'm the one that should thank you," he says. "That's good and fast thinking." I nod. "And your arm?" He looks worried at my stump. "Relax, I have my means." At that moment, Reed's machine seems to work because we hear an explosion at the top of Stark Tower and the portals close. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief and I hear some cheers around the city. Then I see the girls approaching carrying Amora. They look at us and seem relieved that we're all okay. Then Shago and Helena notice my lack of an arm. "What happened?" Shago asks, frowning. She looks worried. "So even Shago can be serious at some point, huh?" "Do not worry. 'Tis but a scratch." I make the joke again. I understood this reference. Tony Stark talks while putting himself in a sitting position. "Did you guys see what I did here?" I made a reference about Steve here understanding a reference. He speaks before he lies down tired again. That's truly funny. But I wasn't at the meeting between them, so I can't laugh. "Did you guys even try shawarma?" Stark continues. Hello dar readers. Fighting scenes are ugh. I hope the conclusion of the Eidolon versus Thor fight makes sense. A battle between characters is always a point of discussion. Any Thor fanboy out there who will say there was no chance of Eidolon winning? Well, to me Thor is still stronger. But that was never a decisive factor in a fight, right? Anyway, I'm going to the bro Thor route. He is one of the few characters that is and usually will be at Eidolon level. Thor has sick power-ups though his history. Rune King Thor. Thor and Eidolon, I believe, will always be on par. Until Hector wins Beyonder. Pre-retcom, or something in the gacha. By the way, the next gacha is near. It's been a while, huh? Well, it's only been 2 months since the first chapter in the timeline. In the future, the timeline of the story will progress faster. You guys can give suggestions for the next gacha here. I have 70% decided already, but remember it has to be of a reasonable power level with Hector currently. No Gilgamesh? For now. Next chapter will be the ending of this arc. The world reacting to the changes. I always like reaction chapters. Till next time. Stay good. Because I'm Eidolon disclaimer. I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. A hero is someone who is concerned about other people's well-being and will go out of his or her way to help them, even if there is no chance of a reward. That person who helps others simply because it should or must be done, and because is the right thing to do, is indeed without a doubt a real superhero. Stanley. I'm late because this chapter is big. Like the one that ended the BNHA arc. Sorry. Now enjoy. Eidolon POV. Finally, the battle is over. Now all that's left is cleaning and rescuing. No time for shawarma. I think all the heroes who participated in the battle have already gathered here around Loki. All that the MC know, minor heroes like Luke Cage or Daredevil are not here and they fought too. Spider-Man is not here too. Captain America, Hulk, Iron Man, Giant, Wasp, Black Widow, Hawkeye, the Fantastic Four, Thor. And my people too, Helena, Shago, Mikhail and Gigantomachia. Mr. Fantastic arrived bringing the dodecahedron, or whatever, and I was finally able to look at the thing. It looks exactly like the Tesseract in the movies, only that instead of a cube it looks like a D&D dice. My group is a bit separate from the other heroes that are around Loki. We are out of earshot, to normal people. I think Loki can probably hear us if he wants. No mask? I ask Mikhail. He looks a little worn out, but uninjured. No need. He simply answers. Whatever. I shrug my shoulders. It's not a big deal if people know of his identity. No one can relate him to Hector. It can even be a good bait for anti-mutant groups. It's hard to track the bastards. They will make my job a lot easier if they take the initiative to come looking for trouble. I turn to my most trusted companions. No injuries either, which is a relief. Helena and Shago are spotless and Makia is just a little dirty. Makia is just standing there, waiting for new orders. Helena is looking curiously at the group of heroes. Her expression is a little complicated and Shago is next to me. She looks almost protective as she stands right next to my left side, which is still missing an arm. Honestly, I could have regenerated already, but I feel a little awkward to do so. Like I missed the best moment. I'm a little surprised that you show up. I say to Shago. What? I can't? I was bored. She replies as she twirls a lock of hair around her finger and looks away. Obviously you can, I just thought it was out of character. I comment. She snorts before asking a little unsure, did I disturb your plans? She gives me a side glance. Nah. Initially, I really planned for you to take care of my most unsavory activities. But that went down the drain when you were seen with Huntress. It's my mistake. I sigh. No plan survives first contact with the enemy. We can only adapt now. While I planned for Helena to go the anti-hero route, I wanted Shago to be my proxy for criminal activities. Because it's something more compatible with their personalities. But it's alright. Shago became important to me. Being a proxy means that the person has a chance of being abandoned. If Shago as a criminal was captured by heroes, Idolin couldn't help her without losing his reputation. I would have to create a new identity and this would bring a whole new set of problems. I will delay my plans to swallow the criminal empire of the Kingpin until I have one person capable of managing it all. Good. Shago speaks. And your arm? She says looking at my stump. Relax. I can grow it back in no time. I reply watching her breathe a sigh of relief. What? Are you that worried about me? I smile smugly. She just stares at me and then gives a smug smile on her own. HMPF. I'm just worried that your sexual prowess would drop, that's all. You couldn't pull my hair and spank me with only one arm after all. She says. Now you're back in character. I roll my eyes making her smile. And you don't like that? She asks slowly as she moves even closer. Her breasts almost touching me. Hector, don't give up. The longer you wait, the greater the reward. Shago started with all this flirting just as a way to probe my intentions or guarantee her place. Now things are evolving. I could have accepted her advances from day one, but then I would only get her body. The longer I hold on, maybe I can win her heart too. I'm a greedy man. And she likes this little tango between us. Like a big preparation/foreplay before I finally give in. I sigh mentally. I'm gonna lose eventually. I mean, it's not a defeat. I will win too, but as I said, the reward will be bigger the more I resist. Many thoughts run through my head, but my face remains impassive. I have a very good poker face. Whether I like it or not is irrelevant. I reply, now is not the place for this. She pouts a little. I feel someone approaching. Looks like the other heroes are done mocking Loki. They can't get my sword out, so Loki will stay there for as long as I want. Natasha Romanoff, Or is Natalia Romanova? Or Alenovna? I'm not sure. The thing about so many different universes and different realities of the Marvel multiverse is that I don't initially know who I'm dealing with. From what I've observed, Black Widow is a enhanced too. So she must be that version that's been alive since World War II. I quickly look around at the other heroes, already thinking which ones could be a problem. In the MCU, the heroes are cool and nice. They're quirky and funny, and even when they make bad decisions, they don't make him assholes or evil paresi. In other media, an example is Reed Richards. Fun fact, he is the character with the most number of evil versions in the multiverse. Generally, the ratio of good and evil versions is 50-50, varying depending on the circumstances. But Reed? He fucked up too much and many times. Even when he is good, he makes a mistake that spirals into a snowball effect that makes him a problem. The guy is literally a lab accident away from becoming a supervillain. I need to interact more with these guys to clearly understand them, while my super fast brain thinks of all the countermeasures to take down everyone. Something absolutely not healthy to think at first when you meet new people. Black Widow finally arrives. She gives a look to Shago, noticing the close distance between the two of us. My body language betrays nothing, but Shago doesn't shy away even under the gaze of the redhead spy. I didn't get a chance to thank you for your help, Eidolon. Black Widow speaks while reaching out to take some imaginary dirt from my shoulder. Shago starts to glacé daggers in her direction. I see what she is doing here. Shago slaps Natasha's hand. Paws off, woman. Shago says. Natasha smiles, looking unfazed by Shago's attitude. Come on, I just want to know him better. What bad can happen? Your moniker is Black Widow. I think you'd better keep a good distance. Shago speaks. The two facing each other. Can't you even share him a little? I thought we were besties. Natasha says, still smiling and taking a step closer to Shago. She just wants to annoy you. Don't fall on her game, Shago. A woman's friendship is a fickle thing. You don't know that. Shago is not intimidated and approaches too. The two are now so close they can probably feel each other's breath. Their bosoms squeezing against each other. Girls, it's a bad thing if I have a hard-on in this tight suit. And Shago is the jealous type? Or is only with Black Widow? She is not that aggressive against Helena. I sigh, attracting their attention. Stop your games, Black Widow. I say, extending my closed hand towards her. To give her something. She unconsciously reaches out as well. I put on the trackers and bugs she put on me in the palm of her hand. You are good. Just not that good. I say. Not Batman good. I reach to Shago too and remove the bugs she put in her too and give it to a blank-faced Black Widow. Bitch. You bugged me? Shago asks, frowning and angry. I look at Helena and see that she has nothing. She is more cautious and knowledgeable about these things apparently. She probably didn't even let Natasha near her. Hearing Shago's accusation, Natasha just smiles innocently. Isn't a woman's friendship the fickle thing? She says. Oh, she got you there, Shago. That's a good lesson. Shago stares for a while before letting a crooked smile. I thought that you're a goody two-shoes. I'm starting to like you now. Well, let's help Shago gain some lost ground. Don't be so angry. Ms. Black Widow here is active as a spy for a long time. It is normal that she can deceive you like this. I say, consoling Shago. Shago turns to me and asks, active for how long? Natasha also turns curious, probably surprised that I know so much about her. Since World War II. I say, and I know I'm right by Natasha's reaction. Shago's face blanked. She turns almost robotically to Black Widow with wide eyes. And then she starts to laugh. Ha! You're a fucking old hag. I see Natasha's face twitch a little. Shago doubles over as she holds her stomach and laughs uncontrollably. Are you back okay? You moved so much today. Ha! My back can take a lot of blunt force. Black Widow says as she looks at me. But Shago appears immune to provocation now. Okay, Krema. Later you tell me more about your adventures in your youth. Hold on to me as I help you across the street so you can rest. Seeing that Shago won't be letting this go anytime soon, I decide to interrupt. Okay. We have more important things to do now, I say as I walk away from the two. I walk towards the other heroes and speak facing Thor and Steve. The Chitauri deactivated after they lost connection with their mothership. I knew about their weakness from the movie, but I couldn't leave Thor alone, and I won't survive in the space vacuum yet, at least long enough to destroy a giant alien ship. Not to mention the risk of someone closing the portal while I'm on the other side. The problem is the frost giants. They came in much smaller numbers than the Chitauri and most were defeated, but there are still a few out there. Leaderless, I say, watching everyone here more closely. Steve Rogers and Johnny Storm aren't identical. They don't look like Chris Evans, to be more specific. But they're both blue-eyed blondies. But Steve is more rugged, while Johnny looks more like a rich second-generation kid. The two are handsome. I mean, everyone here is beautiful. Nothing surprising. I continue. Another problem is the climate change because of the portal connected with Jotunheim. Can you help me with this, Thor? I ask. Of course. I can eliminate the cold in no time. He answers. Be careful with the infrastructure. Cap, call for anyone to send all the help possible to the rescue efforts. I say, and Steve nods and goes to contact Fury. It's probably unnecessary, but it's good to be sure. I will start the cleaning. I say, not elaborating further and starting to walk away. It's time to show off a little. But as I walk I find myself inside a force field. Frowning, I turn to look at Susan Storm. Yes. I speak slowly. Can't do, mister. You're hurt. Come with me to be treated, then you come back to help. She says with a big sister-like tone of voice. I just stand there staring at her and let the silence prolongs. Tension begins to weigh on the air. So I take a step towards Invisible Woman, phasing through her shield like it is not even there. She almost winces when I get really close and tower over her. The rest of the Fantastic Four begin to get into position around her. Don't do that, I say calmly. To me, at least as calmly. She flinches a little. But before things escalate too much I say, look, I know that you mean well. You're worried about me, but the way you did it? Not good. Blocking my path and imprisoning me with your power. Tsk, I say, looking down at her before continuing. It's not hard to deduce that you're probably the glue that holds your team together, and you probably have to act in the most authoritative tone to things work. But be careful not to go too far. You arbitrarily decided what is best for me without consulting me, and used your powers to exert your will. Do you know how dangerous this is? Start in small things like that. I look at her and see that Susan starts to get my point from the widening of her eyes. I correct myself, we have to be very careful how we use our powers. Laws and morals only stop us when we allow them to. We need to put certain limits on ourselves. But only we know ourselves well enough to make those rules. I say and look at my stump, causing everyone else to look too. Then I regenerate. A fascinating sight of my arm growing back is seen by everyone. Bones, muscles, and tendons grow in a matter of seconds. The nanobots in my suit keep up with and covers my arm instantly too. Everyone, even my companions, is wide-eyed at the sight as I flex my arm and open and close my hand. Testing some jabs too. I look at Susan again. See? No problem, you would know if you had talked to me before. Without acting forcefully. Sorry, she says shyly and blushing a little. Susan Storm is one of the people I have a good first impression of in this world. She is compassionate, thoughtful, and not afraid to stand for her ideals. I have a strong impression of the comics in the Civil War. She holds off all pro-registration, even against her own husband, so that the anti-registration group could escape. This was after Reed, Pym, and Stark made a clone of Thor that killed a certain hero. See why I want to lobotomize these guys? Honestly, answering the question, what Marvel character would you take as a wife? My answer would be Susan Storm. The woman has power, is beautiful, smart, and so patient she's practically a saint. Seriously, she keeps up with Reed for years. She is supportive and loyal. It's no wonder Namor and Doom want to be Mrs. Steal Your Girl. She is also the mother of baby Jesus, Franklin. Another problem. Should I prevent the birth of child plot armor? I can sterilize her. The safest would be to sterilize her. But sterility can be cured easily. Maybe I should become the mini-god's father. Honestly, the thought intrigues me. I'm already OP. Practically I'm the ADM of the metas. Franklin will likely be born buffed as hell. Wait, stop that. Don't go into this rabbit hole, Hector. The Fantastic Foursome has too much drama already. Honestly, I'm torn between trying to stop Franklin's birth and letting him be born just so I can copy his powers. Well, I can always visit another universe where a Franklin already exists, without needing an Omega-level reality warper to be born here. The risk is he'll sneeze and erase me from existence as I try to copy his powers. I need to get stronger steadily. More shortcuts are just too dangerous. Well, let's save that thought and prepare for the future. Pulling my hand off Susan's head, I continue. Starting to think we are always right and using our powers to impose our ideas on others is a dangerous path, Miss Storm. I say, that's how most of the disasters in Marvel happened. Maybe she's being influenced by Reed. Sorry to startle you, but I want you to understand that. I want everyone to understand that. I say, looking around. I hope that my speech becomes a seed in these people's minds and prevents something bad in the future. If one of these guys, before making a stupid mistake, stops and thinks twice, this little speech of mine will have been worth it. I gain some morale and respect today with my actions. I can try to influence them. Susan nods. Others too, especially the more normal, like Hawkeye and Black Widow. Normal people are the most concerned about the actions of the supers. The world is in the process of change, and our actions can shape the world, for better or worse. I say as I turn my back on the heroes and walk towards the wreckage of a building. Lifting my hand, I float the debris to reveal a pool of blood and gore. The child, or what's left of her. I noticed the smell very early. It is different to see the consequences of disasters in person. The Avengers moved is PG-13 after all. I notice everyone's face darkening. Until recently they were still celebrating the victory. Is a good wake-up to reality moment for them. To me, fuck it. I won't hold back now. Let's show some abilities. Show that meta powers can be used for good. Let's shock the world. There's no time to shawarma right now. I say as I pull my mantle out of my inventory and cover myself again, letting only my head exposed. For those who are very injured or tired, go recover for now. The rescue efforts took a while. Maybe days. I say and hold out my hands. But something interrupts me. My senses alert me that something is coming. Fast, powerful and mysterious, but not dangerous. I turn my head in the direction of whatever is coming. My movement is noticed by everyone and the more experienced ones realize the strangeness and quickly put themselves on alert. Then a multicolored beam of light hit the ground. The Bifrost. I say, Bifrost. Thor spoke at the same time as me. A little late for reinforcements, I would say. The beam of light continues for a few seconds until it reveals the figures it transport here. 5 people. 4 men and 1 woman. The woman and the easiest to recognize can only be Lady Sif. She is a beautiful woman with black long hair and blue eyes, clad in armor and with a sword and shield on her back. Lady Sif. I allow myself to look at her for a few seconds longer. Everyone has a childhood fictional crush. One of my cartoon crushes is Shago, who made me and an entire generation have the hots for goth girls. But Shago is not my biggest fictional crush. My biggest and first fictional crush from my childhood was Xena, the princess warrior. That character pretty much defined my initial favorite type of woman. Black and long hair with blue eyes. And the fact that I like Amazon strong women. I blame Xena, Wonder Woman, and the SNU episode of Futurama. Now I'm seeing a real-life woman warrior. I can't help but admire Little Well. Shifting my focus before my stare turns creepy, I look at the other newcomers. 3 of them must be the Warriors 3, Volstagg, Fandral, and Hogan. They are closer to each other. The biggest and most Viking of them must be Volstagg. He looks like a real-life obelisk. Big, with a huge belly and a big red beard. Fandral is blonde with a very cool goatee. Hogan looks like a Mongolian, with Asian features and very fierce. The other male in the group is a little far away and in front of everyone. Hence, I deduce that he must have a higher status than the others. Heimdall? No, he is not black. But Heimdall in the comics is not black either. But this man here doesn't have eyes full of wisdom or something. I can't relate him to anyone. But I don't have to think long before Thor gives me the answer. Balder. My brother. Thor says as he steps forward to give the other man a bear hug. Thor, I missed you. The other guy responds by smiling calmly and reciprocating the hug. Balder. Is everyone really here in this universe? I had already forgotten that Odin has a lot of sons. I need to check out the mythology books. And I need a Kratos card. And a Doomslayer card. And a Dante card too. And a Virgil if possible. God killers, devil slayers, demon hunters. I need all possible slayers/killers card. Siegfried from Fate is a dragon slayer, right? Anyway, this universe has too many characters. After realizing that the newcomers are allies, everyone relaxed. Thor gives a hug to all his acquaintances. Looks like he hasn't seen them in a long time. After catching up a little, he turns to us to make the presentations. Everyone, these are my friends and family. My brother Balder, Lady Sif, and the Warriors 3, Volstagg, Fandral, and Hogan. We know each other for centuries, fighting in many battles and embarking on many adventures. Thor talks excitedly introducing the Asgardians, or maybe not. Maybe some of them are from others from the 9 realms. And these here are my companions who bravely fought this invasion. Thor says before starting to introduce the other heroes. The fact that Thor knows everyone reveals that they had met before the invasion, like in the movie. And I didn't know a thing. I still don't have a network intelligence to spy on S.H.I.E.L.D., and the fact they're meeting secretly to deal with Loki backfires because I didn't know until the time of the invasion. No moment to introduce my group. Thor stumbles. These are... He starts. But before it gets awkward, Huntress steps in and introduces my people. Huntress, Lady Jade, Thandia, and Mikhail, she says, gesturing to each one. Mikhail nods. Gigantomachia just looks vigilantly at the Asgardians, and Shago side glances before her attention focuses on her fingernails. I think her gaze lingered a little longer on Lady Sif. Is it because of me? Or I'm overthinking? My gaze lingered only a couple of seconds longer on the warrior woman than the rest. Damn, I glared more at Balder because I didn't recognize him. Did Shago notice that I had stray thoughts for Sif? Is this some innate women's superpower? Scary. Anyway, Thor turns to me and puts his arm around my shoulders. This one is Eidolon. He helped me get rid of Amora's mind control. Thor speaks smiling. I nod. A pleasure. Amora managed to bewitch you? Sif's eyes narrow dangerously. She uses foul methods, but she is all in the past now. Thor speaks. But brother, to Loki bring all these problems? What is the situation in Asgard? Thors. Apparently he's been here in Midgard for a while. No wonder he was wearing his Donald Blake persona at my parents' funeral. Yeah, thank you for coming. But it's a little late. No offense. Stark speaks. He took off a lot of his armor because so much of it has short-circuited, and it's hard to move with that if Jarvis doesn't help. Black Widow swats Tony's head because he was being rude. Even though he said what everyone else is thinking. It doesn't matter, as long as they get Loki, Amora, and all the frost giants off our hands, it'll be enough help. I say and notice that everyone agrees. I'm sorry. It's not that we didn't want to help. But we were delayed because of Loki. Balder speaks regretfully. Loki sent Jormungandr to poison the roots of Yggdrasil. The Bifrost was inoperative for a long time. It is actually still badly damaged at the moment. Lady Sif speaks. We were only able to come with the help of the All-Father's powers. Fandral talks, twirling his mustache. We came first as a vanguard. An army of Einherjar was already being prepared, Volstagg speaks. But it looks like it won't be necessary. So let's just take the criminals back. Hogan complete. They will receive justice in Asgard. And we also came to bring you back from exile, brother. Balder speaks with a smile. Yeah, the personality of everyone is as I expected. And I don't have too much knowledge of Balder because I've never seen any media about him. But terms like Balder, the bold, Balder, the brave, or Balder, the good, cross my mind. And he gives that impression of being an honorable knight. If Loki is sly and Thor boisterous, Balder would be the most serious and responsible of the siblings. Yggdrasil? Like the tree? What does have to do with your guys coming here? Tony asks, the tree of life roots are what connects all realms together. Thor explains likes is enough. Must be common sense to him. But how? Read Pergunta, like the roots expand across the universe or something? Susan asks. I decide to explain to the Muggles. Imagine the Yggdrasil like a cosmic nimbus that connects all 9 realms. It overlaps all realms, allowing you to travel between worlds without the need of space travel. The Bifrost is the rainbow bridge that uses this power of Yggdrasil to teleport people between the 9 realms. If I'm not mistaken, the Bifrost was created in the time of Bor, Thor's grandfather, and it was what allowed Odin to finally unify the 9 realms. I explain. I notice the silence and see everyone looking at me shocked. What? Do you know a lot about our history, Eidolon? Thor laughs. I read in a book. A comic book. How do you know about all these mysteries? Black Widow asks. Because I'm Eidolon. Mysterious men are sexy, she says flirtingly. Meanwhile, Fandral and Volstagg head towards the fallen Loki, who still has my sword, pinning him to the ground, and Lady Sif heads towards the unconscious Amora. They're holding some special kind of handcuffs and gags. Already foreseeing the problem, I head towards Loki. And as expected, when Fandral reaches for the sword to pull it out, the thorns in the handle lashes out like a whip. He retracts his hand quickly but is still hit. That hurts a lot. He looks surprised. Sorry, it can't be used by anyone. I say and take the sword quietly. Like Mjolnir? Volstagg asks, interested. Something like that. I say as I make the sword go back to Sword of Thorns mode. Looking like a normal longsword. Thorns in the handle? Fandral asks with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, the design of this sword is really strange. As I said, not everyone can use it. I answer. I remember Guts also can't quite hold Sword of Thorns in the Berserk manga. Thanks to the gacha, the items I have gained cannot be used by others unless I allow them to. I can even choose the form of rejection. I tested it with Isabella's help. I can make the item so heavy that only I can lift it. Became literally intangible, like an illusion to everyone else but me. And if it's reasonable enough, make the item attack whoever tries to use it. Like with the sword. I tested it with Alucard's jackal pistol and managed to make the pistol become jammed and unfireable. Oh, interesting. What is the name of your weapon, my friend? Fandral asks. Usually like this you can call it Sword of Thorns, but like this? I say, morphing the sword in its eldritch form, you can call Sword of Actuation or Astral Tur. I say, making small talk. Fun fact, the Sword of Actuation is not the true name of the sword. The name does not translate very well to English. The name in Japanese is Yobamizu no Tsurugi, which would literally be a sword to prime a water pump. The name of behemoths, the things the sword is made of, is in Japanese, Ikai no Yobamizu. The behemoth sword would then be the most exact translation. Because of the word Yobamizu, why did Hector call it astral tear? Yobamizu is related to water. The behemoths look like droplets of water. Or tears. A sword to tear the astral. It would be the best translation of the sword. This is my interpretation of what the best sword name should look like. I think astral tear would be a good translation for the sword's name. Ohoho! I've never seen a weapon like that. Volstagg comments as he pulls Loki to his feet very brusquely. Take that thing away from me. Loki practically snarls. Are you afraid, Loki? Fandral asks mockingly, knowing there's no need to keep it a secret, since Loki is probably going to talk anyway. I say, is because this sword is very good against magic. Now, that's interesting. This is rare. How did you get it? Fandral asks. I made myself, had chance encounters to find some rare materials. I lie, I can't say I won on Gacha. And saying that I found the materials by luck prevents me from being asked to replicate the sword. Oh, did you make it? That's incredible. Fandral comments as he holds Loki with the handcuffs and gag. Making a twirling movement with my wrist, I make the sword disappear in my inventory like a magic trick. I notice Lady Sif pulling Amora up. Less gentle than even the guys with Loki. Oh well, even you have a day like that, huh, Amora? Sif lifts Amora and wastes no time in gagging her. Is there any bad blood between them? I think they both like Thor, right? Who would have thought that Jane would be the victor? Well, for a little while at least. They will break up, I think. I think on most timelines Thor marries Sif. By Odin's beard. What happened to Amora? Balder looks shocked by Amora's bruised appearance. Balder has a thing for Amora. Fandral whispers to me. What a weird love triangle. Seriously, Marvel has too many problems with relationships. I still blame the writers for wanting to please everyone's ships. I remember Jane. Thor once got involved with Sam Wilson. Thor kisses Betty, the girlfriend of Hulk, but when she was in her red She-Hulk form. It's no wonder I'm so reluctant to start a relationship with Marvel Woman. It's me. I say moving forward. I already foresee some friction, so it's better that I take all responsibility. I beat her to see if I could break her spell. It didn't work, but she deserved it worse. I say evenly, is it really necessary to be so rough with her? Balder asks, turning to me. Yes. But I still pulled my punches. It would look a lot worse if I went all out. I say, if you're so much stronger than her, you could have subdued her without hurting her too much. Balder argues. I have no time or disposition to care about her. I just want to take her down the fastest way possible. I say, you have no shame in doing this? He states, pointing to the sorry state of Amora. To a woman? He is one of these. He's not just a knight. He is a full-fledged white knight. Not even a little. I am an advocate of true gender equality. I will not hesitate to dropkick a woman's chest if she deserves it. I quote the great Kazuma. Seeing him getting mildly furious with me, I resolve to tease him some more. Seriously, this guy is worried about a woman that just brainwashed his brother? Oh, I see. You are one of these. I say in sudden realization, one of these. A simp. I say. Simp? He asks, and I see the rest are confused too. Ah, the simp term hasn't been popularized yet? So I will introduce it today. I'm very proud of myself now. A simp, coming from the word simpleton, is a term I use for a person who is desperate for the attention and affection of someone else. Doing everything, defending, giving gifts and money, and even humiliating himself to have his one-sided feelings accepted. I explain. Usually the simp is a man. I'm sure all the beautiful women here must have found a simp in their lives. I say, looking around. I see some nods. The worst is when the woman has ill intent. She can use the simp, never intending to have any relationship with him but keeping him close enough to have a convenient tool. I continue. Seeing your straightforward personality and Amora's rotten one. Let me guess some things. You must have chased her, right? But she has an obsession with Thor. But since Thor wants nothing to do with her, you think you have a chance, right? Because she never said no to you directly. She must have made 1 or 2 serious mistakes in the past that you put yourself on the line to defend her, right? She was probably grateful for a day or 2 before she went back to her usual cold self to you. She only comes to you to ask for something and never gives anything, right? You never got not even a kiss from her, right? And the worst thing is, I don't want to be right. You're not going to tell me that you keep yourself chaste in fidelity to her, right? Even when she sleeps around. I say. And I hear Volstagg laugh out loud before he control himself because Fandral elbows him in the stomach. I can see Sif and Thor hiding their faces and holding back their laughter. Even Loki is looking in amusement. It seems that Baldur's pursuit of Amora is a hot topic in Asgard. I can imagine everyone advising him to give up, but him being too stubborn to see the truth. Except, my friend, you're a simp. I say, making his face redden in shame and fury. One often gets angry when someone guesses their thought right. I finish. Then it happens. Very quickly Baldur reaches for the sword at his waist, but I'm faster. Before he can draw his sword, I'm already in front of him. 2 fingers press the pommel of his sword back into the scabbard. The only indicator I've moved is my mantle, which is slowly falling down to readjust itself to my body. We were in a standoff for a few seconds. I'm sorry, Baldur. But is the truth. Do you have any idea how stupid it is to see you defending the woman who was an accomplice in the death of thousands of people and who brainwashed your brother? I say, only he and I know he's still trying to pull the sword out of its scabbard, but I don't bulge. HM. He is much weaker than I expected. Thor is really special, huh? Why are you taking her side? Because she is a woman? Because she is beautiful? If you look closely, you'll see that she doesn't have any redeeming qualities other than her looks. I say, looking him in the eye. These things are worthless in my eyes, and it should be in yours too. I won't apologize and I won't take back what I said. I believe a punch in the face keeps a bitch in her place. If you still want to play blind and think I've damaged her honor or whatever. I start calmly before getting serious. I have no problem in accompanying you in a little spar. I exert pressure, the skies darken, and cracks spread on the floor of my feet. Thor, okay. And now you. I have no problem in beating you and completing the whole set of Odin's sons today. He and I continued to stare at each other. The situation is tense. The heroes from Earth don't quite know what to do. Gigantomachia has now become ready and started to grow slowly. Shago and Helena are already in a ready-to-fight stance, and Mikhail has uncrossed his arms and is ready too. It's good that they act this way. For a group or organization, it doesn't matter how much internal strife there is. Against an outsider, we should always show a united front. I didn't even have to say it, and they already understand. Very good. Honestly, I don't want things to go out of control. But he came looking for trouble with me first. I won't let anyone admonish me. As expected, the only person that can stop this fight, beating, steps forward. Thor puts a hand on my shoulder but turns to Baldur. Brother, stop that. You know that Eidolon is right. Me, father, mother, and everyone that truly loves you already advised you about your situation with Amora. Thor speaks with a sigh. Looks like this is really old gossip. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I was the one who got caught in Amora's spell and forced Eidolon to act. He was just trying to help me. Thor speaks. All right, I will let it slide this time. Baldur says, stepping back. I almost scoff. Prideful till the end, huh? Shago is the one that scoffs out loudly, not caring about the situation. Since we're over this issue, I'm going to focus on something more important. Saving people. Excuse me, I say before turning my back on Balder. I look around the city, the destruction and death. With my empathic powers, I feel fear and despair. Like I said before being interrupted by Bifrost, fuck it, I'm going all out. I focus and let my awareness spread all over New York. My arms come out through the 2 gaps in my mantle as I raise them to the air. The city trembles a little. Palms turn to the sky, I act. Debris begins to slowly levitate. Small at first, then bigger, and bigger, and bigger, until entire buildings that had fallen begin to float in the sky. Chitauri remains have the same fate. Holy fuck. I hear someone says. If anyone looks at the sky, it will look like there's another city above us. I removed all rubble and obstructions from the road to facilitate the movement of rescue teams. I was careful not to lift anyone alive. I have good control, so I use other powers. Under my mantle, mouths open on different parts of my body like chest, back, shoulder. From these mouths, black ectoplasm comes out, forming more than 20 clones of mine. Identical, except they don't have my mantle. Ectoplasm clones are better than twice clones because they are tougher and I have a degree of control over them. But they can still act independently. You guys know what to do, I say, causing my clones to nod their heads before moving so fast they look like they've teleported. By telepathically connecting with them, I can see everything they do. It's a nuisance. I think it's because it's unnatural for humans to make a hive mind. I start to levitate and sit in the air in a meditative pose with crossed legs. Captain, get in touch with the experts and ask where I can deposit most of the debris. I say, alright. How long can you hold on? He asks a little worried. Perpetually, I reply simply. He looks at me for a while and nods his head before contacting someone. Open portals in the sky. I say Isabella receives my command. Big portals made of black mist appear nearby. Each 5m x 5m. I focus a little and start separating the Chitauri from the leftover debris. Chitauri weapons, corpses and vehicles. Start moving to portals like a river in the air. HMPF. Like I'm going to let this technology lying around to anyone catch it. I mean, they must have already taken it. These people of Marvel act incredibly fast when it comes to recovering DNA or alien technology. It's inevitable that some unsavory groups already have Chitauri weaponry in their hands now, but I can at least prevent any thug from having an alien energy weapon in their hands to steal a grandma at night. If I'm not mistaken, this technology is what drives many villains in the MCU. Closing my eyes, I connect with all my clones to manage the situation. With my powers, I can save a lot of lives. Let's show the world the potential for good that the metas have. Hawkeye, holy fuck. Someone says. Probably me. These last few days have been full of surprises. Gods descended upon Earth and attacked a research facility. Controlled my mind and Selvigs. Aliens, gods, magic, and portals. All happened in these last few days and mixed up like a bad movie plot. I need a raise. And a vacation. Spending a good time with Laura and my child. Watching Eidolon lift tones and tones of debris in the sky makes me realize the world has changed. I didn't think much about it while I was on top of a building knocking down Chitauri after Chitauri, but I'm good agent. One of the best if I can speak in my humble opinion. But a guy can't help but feel inadequate around these others. I thought Captain was already unreachable enough. Reed and Stark are super genius. The Hulk isn't exactly new. But the Hulk, I don't know. Maybe because he can be outsmarted, I always thought maybe he could be contained. Consoling myself with the fact that the Hulk had a weakness or a limitation. But Thor and Eidolon? No chance. Not even a million of me can go head-to-head with them. It scares me a little, but not that much. Because they seem to be good people. I mean, they fought with us. And they look nice. But there is a certain invisible pressure when you are face-to-face with an existence that is superior to you in every way. When I finally arrived to meet everyone, I got a good look at the two of them. After all, it's impossible for me to follow how the fight went. Thor had cuts all over his body and looked in bad shape. But he was talking and laughing like he was full of energy and hadn't been fighting a battle that nearly destroyed New York. Eidolon was spotless, with the exception of his missing arm. But he also seemed to care little for that either. Then it was revealed to me why. Because losing an arm is as insignificant to him as being scratched is to me. Maybe even less. And I can't help but agree with what he said to Miss Storm. The world has already changed. And now there are people with personal power enough to change the rules as they see fit. It's a scary prospect. Right now, there are truly people who can go to nation leaders or whatever and say, change that. No, you can't do it. As a normal human, obviously, I fear for myself, and especially for my family. Third-person POV. The city is a wreck. The difference is big from what was shown in the movies. Not only are buildings and cars destroyed, body parts, blood, people screaming, and in shock are common sights. The biggest points of destruction were the center, where the Stark Tower is located, the north where the portal to Jotunheim was opened, and Hell's Kitchen, a peripheral part of the city. Eidolon floats in a meditation pose several feet above the ground, cleaning roads and removing buildings at risk of collapse from the ground. The more than 20 clones spread out and begin to do their jobs. In a certain part of the city, a group of people seems helpless. They are crouched on the ground trying to communicate with someone who has been buried. A store is destroyed above them. It's okay. Help will come. Hold on. A man screams into a crack in the wreckage. Crying and shouts for help are heard in response. As this man tries to look around for any help, something moves very fast and sinks to the ground. Wadash! Before anything else can be said, Eidolon clone emerges phasing through the ground, holding a woman and 2 children in his arms. Slowly levitating, he goes to an open space and places the 3 people on the ground. People around look in awe. Eidolon kneels and examines the wounded. The children seem fine, but they must have inhaled a lot of dust, he analyzes. The woman has her right ankle totally crushed. Narrowing his eyes, Eidolon makes a decision and allows the clone to act. Reaching out with his hand enveloped on a golden glow, Eidolon uses rewind to heal the woman's leg. People around gasp in surprise. The woman who was in pain sits and looks fascinated at her leg. Thank you very much. She starts crying and hugs the 2 children, who also cry in her embrace. Eidolon nods and gets up slowly. Do not worry. The worst has ended. Everything is gonna be alright. I'm here now. He smiles and with this cheesy line, he takes flight to another part of town. Eidolon decided to use rewind as a cure, with some limitations. Only treating some serious wounds and doesn't restoring lost limbs. Eidolon has some powers to heal, but the 2 most effective are rewind and overhaul. But he can't use overhaul, is too much gruesome. Destroying someone to repair them afterward is not good for his PR. So he decided to use rewind carefully. Even if Eidolon is revealing his powers, he's still downplaying them a little. And he also still has other trump cards. And most importantly, Hector gets stronger every month. In a little over a week, he will pull another gacha and get stronger. So it's not a huge disaster to reveal that he can make clones or other medium-level powers. Back to the group. Are you gonna help too? Shago asks Helena. Yeah. And you? I'm already here. Let's see this till the end. Shago responds and turns around. Makia, help me here. She says, attracting the giant's attention. Look, let's go heroing. Let's share our work. She speaks as Makia brings a palm to the ground and helps Shago climb onto his shoulder. A hero helps people and looks good doing it. Obviously, we know who is better at doing what. You help and I look good, capice? She says as she goes guided Makia to save some buried people. Helena also moves. She's not the most qualified for a rescue, but she can help a little. Mikhail also disappears by teleporting. He intends to carry people to help zones and hospitals. With Captain America, metahuman. Captain America asks while guiding some civilians to a safe zone. An Eidolon clone is carefully moving small debris away and restoring the road with its powers. Just Meta for short? Basically, I'm a mutant. But I find the term very defamatory. And Homo superior is too arrogant. Clone Eidolon responds as he heals some children. Pieces of metal had stuck into their backs. They would probably be paraplegic if Eidolon didn't use rewind. In my day, I never saw many mutants. Metas. Steve corrects himself. But I remember one guy. He was fierce on the battlefield, almost crazy and fearless. One day he was hit by a grenade. But when I went to see him, he was unharmed. After that he disappeared. I think he should be a meta. Eidolon looks at Steve. I see. A small, hairy man with sideburns. Steve's eyes widen. Yes, do you know him? He asks surprised. As expected. Yeah, I know him. He is alive to this day. Very young even. I won't reveal his whereabouts. Sorry. But he has the power to regenerate. He must have run away because he raised suspicions. Eidolon speaks. So he won't be captured by the government and experimented on. Eidolon mutters. Steve looks on in horror. You'd be surprised, Cap. Steve sighs. He understands. He is a smart man. The experiments with the dodecahedron, the nuke, the government is by far perfect. He's a little disappointed if he were, to tell the truth. I thought I would be the last. Steve says, referring to the attempt to create super soldiers. He understands that the success of his experiment must have caused an armamentist race for super soldiers all over the world for all these decades, and the number of people who died was not few. Don't feel bad. None of this is your fault. Eidolon consoles and raises his hand. He uses his powers to cleanse his Cap of the blood and heal him. We are only responsible for our own actions. Let's do some good. Eidolon speaks. Captain America smiles before nodding and moving to another street. Eidolon flies and stays in the air for a while. He lifts his hand and looks at the blood floating in his palm. Captain America blood. The original super soldier formula. Eidolon looks at the little ball of blood with self-deprecation eyes. I'm sorry, Cap, but I need this. Don't worry, I will be careful and I will never clone you or anything like that. Eidolon mutters before disappearing to store the blood sample. In the northern part of New York, a similar scene takes place. An Eidolon clone helps Thor get rid of all the ice and snow, and also prevent the water from flooding the houses. They also gathered and controlled all of the frost giants into a great dome of earth that Eidolon created. The Asgardians stood guard to prevent trouble. Eidolon also healed Thor of his internal wounds. But he already had blood samples that he acquired during the fight. Hell's Kitchen Luke Cage moves a bus that is blocking the street to the side as if it were a couch. Broken pieces of Chitauri litter the street. Obviously a battle has taken place here. But only Luke Cage is standing. His clothes are practically torn apart, but his skin is unharmed. Feeling like he's being watched, Luke stops moving an electric pole and looks up. Sure enough, an Eidolon clone is floating a few feet above him watching him. You're that guy. Luke speaks, yes. Eidolon looks around. Did you do all this? He asks as he makes a motion with his hand, lifting everything that is Chitauri and making it disappear into a portal in the sky. Yeah, they weren't all that impressive. Luke speaks nonchalantly. But inside he's still apprehensive. Luke Cage is a guy used to being the big fish. But today he saw glimpses of a fight in the sky that left even him intimidated. The fight in the sky. He starts. It was me against Thor. He was mind-controlled. Eidolon speaks. I see. You must be careful, Mr. Cage. Eidolon warns, why? Luke Cage asks, intrigued. As you have seen, the world has a depth that no one expected. There is a spy organization monitoring the world. And there are other organizations that are not very well intentioned. You acting like that in the open, Displaying your powers? Be careful. Eidolon advises. Luke Cage understands. After all, he himself is the product of an experiment, so he knows how far some people are willing to go for their goals. I see, thank you. It was nothing. Eidolon speaks and disappears. But Luke feels a loud attack in the back of his head. He didn't feel any pain, it was just noisy. What was this? He asks as he puts his hand behind his head. Stay smart, Mr. Cage. He hears Eidolon's voice reverberating in space. Original Eidolon. While in the air, Hector pulls a tablet out of his inventory and marks something -1. List of bald heads to give a slap: Xavier, Fury, Thanos, Luke Cage, King, The Watcher, Moondragon, Living Tribunal, Drax, Deadpool, Ancient One, The Thing, Silver Surfer, Galactus, Click to show others. A long way to go. Eidolon mutters before looking at another list. SNSNU list: She-Hulk, Jane, Thor, No NTR, Lady Sif, Red Sonja, Jessica Jones? True question. If I'm much stronger is still SNU? Or only muscly women? Valkyrie, Titania, Marvel, Captain Marvel. If she's not a bitch. Possible hate fuck. Click to show others. I think this is just a weeb's dream. Hector sighs sadly. Let's leave it to fate. Rescue efforts continue for a few more hours. Thanks to Eidolon, the process was greatly streamlined. What should take days can be completed in 24 hours. Eidolon clones are always on the move, taking people to hospitals, opening paths, curing people. With all his powers, it's just too easy to locate people and save them. It can be estimated that the death toll would be at least 10 times worse if Eidolon didn't help. That's just what he's doing now in Rescue. No one knows how many lives he's saved since he started acting today. Defeating the Chitauri or stopping Thor and Loki. There is an open space here, here and here. It would help if you deposit all of this there. The Fire Brigade commander speaks, pointing to the debris in the sky. He's talking to an Eidolon clone. No problem. The original body will separate debris from the possessions of the civilians, so that people can recover their belongings. He will put it here, here and here. Eidolon talks by pointing at various parts of the map. In each place like this, he will place what he has managed to recover from the nearby houses. Neighborhood people can easily find their stuff that way. Eidolon speaks. He wants to protect people's property too, so they don't lose everything. I would like you to notify everyone to go look for what is theirs. The commander looks to Eidolon for a little before nod. Good. It will lessen people's problems a little bit. He says. Many people lost a lot. Perhaps they are now in poverty. In just a few hours an unlucky person can have everything destroyed. Eidolon removed and organized as best he could even the smallest of people's belongings. Can you make the debris float higher? To facilitate the movement of helicopters. The commander asks. No problem. Saying goodbye to the commander, the Eidolon clone prepares to move to another part of the city when he notices someone approaching him. Military clothes. Slightly familiar. Someone important. Hector guesses right when he sees the newcomer's last name on the uniform. General Thaddeus Ross. Eidolon speaks to the man who is only a few steps away from him. He is accompanied by other soldiers. This is the guy who constantly chases the Hulk. Father of Betty Ross, the main love interest of Bruce Banner. Do you know me? General Ross asks gruffly. I know the things you've done. Like that fiasco with Emil Bronsky. Or as he is called these days, the Abominable. Eidolon speaks, making the general's face darken. Wonder in what hidden lab he's suffering in right now. Eidolon begins lightly as if he's talking about the weather. Enough. Ross snarls. I have orders to secure all alien-related objects. Give it back everything you stole and follow me to answer some questions. The general orders. Is this guy for real? Is he really delusional like that? I refuse. Eidolon speaks simply. What do you mean refuse? You have no choice. I don't answer to you and you can't make me accompany you. Are you going to disobey direct orders from the government and military? General Ross asks gravely. I walk towards him, invading his personal space. Yes, I will. And what are you going to do about it? Huh. I look in his eyes from him. To his credit, he doesn't flinch. It seems that facing the Hulk for years turned his ball into one of steel. Soldiers, on the other hand, are not so brave. They almost embarrassingly point their rifles at me and even shake a little. You're making an enemy of America. The general speaks, looking at me. No, I'm not. You guys are making an enemy of me. And I have to say it's a bad move. But okay, I will at least stop from taking further things. I'm taking out alien tech so it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. But if you think you can do a better job, be my guest. Eidolon waves his hand and the black mist portals in the sky close. All alien tech starts to fall to the ground. Help yourself, but it will be your responsibility if we see any criminals using a Chitauri gun. Eidolon speaks. Ross grimaces. It's impossible that some alien tech hasn't fallen into the wrong hands already. Eidolon is just putting all future blame on Ross. Ross turns, without sparing a glance at Eidolon. You'll regret not cooperating, he says before walking away. Who? Eidolon just watched his retreating back. Then he looks at a corner of the street, where a small camera was recording his talk with the general. Near Queens, one of Eidolon's clones had the job of checking on the people important to Hector and making sure everyone was okay. The number of important people is low. The clone basically went to check out Christine Palmer. Then he went to check out Peter's family and the other classmates. While making his rounds, this clone saw something that made him stop. At the moment, the clone and even the original Eidolon are in a daze. Eidolon sighs before bending down to retrieve the corpse. The dead person he discovered is the hobo guy. The one he tested D4C, who vented about life and gave advice not to regret the things he never did. Hector doesn't know the guy well. He doesn't even know his name. But seeing someone you talked to a few days ago dead affects anyone. Remember human frailty. The hobo guy died from having the side of his stomach hit by some object at high speed. Probably a rock. Closing the guy's eyes and cleaning his corpse, Eidolon allows himself a little prayer. I hope you didn't have too many regrets. Standing up, Eidolon resolves to double his efforts. The clones start moving like on steroids. Hector recalls something Shimura and Nana told him. More than being hurt by villains, seeing someone dying and being unable to save them, that pain in 100 times worse. Hector is not a naive person. He knows it's impossible to save everyone and trying would only make himself miserable. But knowing and experiencing for yourself is different. Hector wants no regrets. So even if he can't save everyone, he wants to at least, in the future, be able to look back and think he did his best. The rescue, with Eidolon's efforts, progressed smoothly. It is expected that everything will be over in a few hours. The problem would be the reconstruction of the city and the large number of people without homes. But this is not a problem that can be solved in a few days. An Eidolon clone is currently holding the dodecahedron. Hector would be lying if he said he doesn't want to keep the space stone. But Thor needs the Infinity Stone to go back and take all the frost giants. And it will be much better if the stone is in Asgard. Let's use Asgard and Odin as the first layer of defense from Thanos. Hector thinks. The initial plan for the Battle of New York for Hector would be for him to deliver the space stone to Thor and keep the Mind Stone in Loki's scepter. So he would have a good gain and keep the stones separate, and the scepter away from Hydra, if the situation is the same in this reality as in the movies, where Hydra took over S.H.I.E.L.D. But things are different. There's no Loki's scepter or Mind Stone. There's Amora and the Warlock's Eye. By the way, Hector will not return the Warlock Eye. No one asked for it back, and he'd rather have the artifact that can brainwash even Thor in his inventory. This decision is not yours to make. An agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. that maybe it's a Hydra speaks. Reed was handing the dodecahedron to safe hands when Eidolon's clone, faster than anyone could react, intrudes and grabs the dodecahedron. And we all know the consequences if this thing gets into your hands. If you don't know, just look around. Eidolon speaks, and you want to yourself? No. Thor asked me to retrieve this thing. We will all be safer with it away from here. Eidolon speaks. Even Captain America agrees. Steve saw firsthand that Isekai was producing weapons with the dodecahedron. The World Council will not allow it. The agent speaks. The World Council has no power here. Eidolon speaks before simply disappearing. Talking with this guy is useless. Helicarrier, he is take the dodecahedron. Someone in a screen showing the World Security Council, I know. Fury says simply, we have plans for that thing, Director. Another councilman says, and what do you want me to do? Fury asks, our authority can't be challenged. Another councilman says, and again, what do you want me to do? Fury opens his arms. Fight the god who took the dodecahedron? Or maybe the mutant who can fight the so-called god? Fury holds back a sigh. These talks are always a bother to him. Natasha, Clint, and Maria Hill are nearby watching the exchange. And are we just going to watch them make these decisions arbitrarily? Before Fury can respond, someone else responds. But our decision is the right one. Everyone turns to the newcomer. Eidolon, the original because he's wearing the mantle, is sitting at the same table as Clint and Natasha. No one has seen him arrive, and he is nonchalantly stroking a cat that is sitting on his lap. The cat is obviously Cathalhu, but Hector put an illusion on him to make his fur turn black and less fluffy. He looks like a cliché witch cat. When everyone noticed Eidolon's arrival, everyone stood up in alert and pointed their weapon at him. But he just sits there and is unconcerned. The dodecahedron is much more powerful than you can imagine. And Loki didn't use it carefully. The energy signature of the dodecahedron is very unique. Power-hungry aliens can detect it and come to Earth to cause trouble. Better give it to Thor so he can take it to Asgard. We have no structure to support so many alien invasions. Eidolon explains his reasoning. How did you find us? Fury asks, because I'm Eidolon. He says, and because Black Widow is good. But I'm better. After Eidolon says this, he raises his hand and retrieves the trackers he's placed on Natasha Romanoff. What? Two can play this game. He tells the Black Widow, who looks equal parts outraged and amused. And can you guys stop pointing those guns at me? Eidolon speaks, but no one lowers their weapons. Must be protocol. Eidolon sighs before disappearing. Moving faster than the agents can see, Eidolon appears in another corner of the table. All their weapons are now on the table, neatly organized. As everyone expresses surprise at being disarmed, Eidolon speaks up. I noticed you have hidden weapons, he says to Natasha. But I didn't think it was appropriate to reach for them. She has weapons in certain special places. Natasha only smiles and raises an eyebrow to white-haired hero. Eidolon picks up one of the pistols on the table and points it at his own temple. Bang bang asterisk asterisk 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 bang asterisk. He fires, but the bullets don't even come close to hurting him. The bullets all fall on the ground flat. See, useless. Now that we're on the same page, let me introduce you to my pet. At that moment, Eidolon looks curiously at Fury. He is a Flurkin. The moment he says that, Eidolon sees Fury's eye widen. He mentally smiles, having confirmed one more thing. You bring a fucking Flecker to my helicarrier? Fury almost shouts. Everyone looks curiously at Fury's overreaction. Oh, so you've actually had a certain encounter with a Flurkin? I thought it was baseless rumors. Eidolon speaks nonchalantly. What's so special about this Flurkin? He is just a cat. Hawkeye talks while going to caress Cathalhu. Cathalhu looks at him with an indescribable look. Barton, do not approach this thing, Fury screams, so Cathalhu acts. Opening its mouth, Tentacles expand and grab the giant table and bring it to his stomach. He doesn't like to call a thing. Dolan explains. Be a good boy and return their table, okay? Meowth, begrudgingly Cathal who spits the table. Surprisingly, the table is still whole, with no damage or deformation. But it's covered in saliva. The table bounces a little before stopping. Cathal, who didn't devour Clint only because of Hector's orders to do not devour humans unless I allow it. But Cathal, who had to defend his dignity somehow. What is that, Finn Cat? Natasha asks, correcting herself in the middle. Like I said, is a flurkin, an alien cat. You can ignore it for now. I just brought him here to test your boss. Eidolon nonchalantly confesses. Now to the important things. Eidolon turns to Fury. We finally meet, Director. You can ask your questions now. Eidolon speaks. Nick Fury stares at him for a while. I only have one question. Are you going to cooperate? Fury speaks. A question with many layers. Let's go in parts, Eidolon says. First, I'm not gonna join the Avengers or whatever, I have my own group. But I will always help to defend Earth. I will not be on your beck and call to burst arm dealers or terrorists, but if something like what happened today happens again, I will show up. Eidolon says. How do I find you? Fury asks. That's the neat part, you don't. I will find you. Eidolon says, and then he speaks in a softer tone. Look, Director. I feel that we are similar. Under normal circumstances, we could be good friends. But because of our line of work, we will put our guard against everyone, so we will never achieve complete trust in each other. So, let's do our own things and unite when we fight against big crisis. Eidolon says and prepares to leave. Taking Cathal in his arms, he turns to leave one last message. And you guys? From the World Security Council. Next time you guys decide to nuke a place full of civilians. Eidolon narrow his eyes. I will teleport your family to the same place. It's easy to make a hard decision when you have nothing to lose, right? Eidolon speaks, shocking everyone. The people from the council look angry. Outrageous. They start to rage and threaten. But Eidolon only remains impassive. Pierce, Maggie, Tommy, Rockwell. Every word spoken by Eidolon makes the room friendlier and quieter. These are the surnames of the people who make up the council. Maybe if your loved ones are in the place where you decide to do a nuclear attack, maybe you guys have learned a little more empathy. Eidolon speaks before disappearing. The room has a tense atmosphere after Eidolon's departure. The World Council starts shutting down one by one. Have the scientists already analyzed his hair? Fury asks. In truth, Natasha got a sample of Eidolon hair. Or she thinks she got it. They have nothing. Maria Hill says. What do you mean nothing? Fury asks. The hair looks like is made from some synthetic material. There's no DNA or anything. Maria Hill says before signaling the operator nearby. The operative types a little and an image appears on the big screen. It a white long hair. The operative starts to zoom in and reveals there are words written on the hair. The words are, still not that good, Maria Hill continues. Our team backed off from doing any procedure after seeing these words. Fury looks at the image. Was he already expecting us to try to get a sample? How did he manage to do that? Fury asks a little gaping Maria Hill shows a strange expression. Like she was holding back laughter or something. The answer is... She starts, show him. She says to the operative. Zooming out and then zooming into another part of the hair, the big screen show other words. Because I'm Eidolon. Motherfucker. Appearing a few hundred meters above the helicarrier, Hector looks at an object in his hand. With disasters come opportunities too. In his hand a little cube made of nanobots shifts. Eidolon stole S.H.I.E.L.D.'s information and database. Is very easy with technology hundreds of years ahead in time. Big world, you make it too easy, Fury. And I can't let my guard down with those Marvel people, huh? Hector speaks obviously, He noticed when Black Widow tried to pull a hair out of him. But even if she had 10 of more of herself, she would never be able to pull out even one strand. Eidolon then moved quickly and put the strand of hair he had already prepared in her hand. And how would he know that the opportunity to deceive someone who wants his DNA would arise? Well, this is Marvel. My SNUSNU objective is very hard. I can't leave fluid out there. Eidolon sighs before disappearing. The day after the Battle of New York, every person who could be saved has already been saved. The wounded are receiving treatment if they still need it. The mayor and president are planning to rebuild the destroyed parts, while organizing support for the homeless. In the northern part of the city, Thor and his companions from Asgard prepare to use the dodecahedron to return. The frost giants are all around. The will to fight has been removed from their bodies a long time ago by Eidolon, convincing talk. Batman style. The Avengers and Eidolon are around to say goodbye. I thought, come back anytime. Stark says, not you too, he quips pointing to Amora and Loki who are still trapped. Goodbye, my friends. We will see each other again. Thor nods to everyone. Eidolon, my friend. Next time I will bring you to Asgard. We can go visiting the 9 realms fighting, drinking and having fun. Thor smiles. That looks nice. If it wasn't a problem, Eidolon replies. It won't be a problem. Thor laughs. Hey, why is only him is invited? I want a Viking adventure too. Tony speaks with fake outrage. You know what? Never mind. I prefer the modern world. Don't fret, my friend. All of you are invited. Thor says before getting ready to teleport. Eidolon gives Thor the dodecahedron. Thor holds it in his hand and activates it. Blue light spreads and a multicolored light comes from the skies. A suction force takes all visitors and invaders. So he uses the dodecahedron to activate Bifrost. Like a signal, Eidolon mutters before disappearing. He has no interest in socializing with the other heroes right now. He has a lot to do. Asgard Thor's party enters Odin's throne room. They're bringing prisoners Loki and Amora. Aside from some Einjar guards, only Odin and Frigga are in the throne room. Odin is an old man, even taller than Thor. Looking very bulky with his golden armor. On his shoulders sits one of his ravens. Another raven arrives soon after and sits on the other shoulder. Only Odin and Frigga know that Odin was watching everything that happened to his children through the eyes of one of his ravens. Odin's face is impassive. If Hector were here, he would instantly feel he has zero chance of winning. Only escaping would be an option, and even then it would be difficult. Odin is a being on the same level as Galactus. All father-level characters are beneath only the cosmic entities in Marvel. Frigga, Freya, sits next to Odin. She is a beautiful middle-aged woman, with 2 long blonde braids and warm blue eyes. She is glad that her children have returned safe and sound. Although only Balder is her natural son, she still loves Loki and Thor very much. Everyone knows now that Loki is a frost giant. But what many don't know is that Thor's true mother is Gaia. Walking to the center of the throne room, Thor and the others kneel and force Loki and Amora to kneel as well. We're back, father, Thor says solemnly. Odin just nods and then speaks, not to Thor but to Loki. You disappoint me greatly, Loki. Oh, did I disappoint you by trying or failing, father? Loki responds sarcastically. I raised you in the hope that you could be the bridge between 2 people. Odin speaks a little sadly. I only want my throne. And I tried to win it over as you did back then. Loki says, this is not your throne. Odin speaks gravely. So you raised me to believe that a lie. To believe that if I tried hard I could be the king of the 9 realms. But in reality, no matter what I did, nothing would ever be enough. Nothing would change the fact that I would forever be an outsider. Loki spats. Loki, Frigga says sadly. The voice of the woman who raised him since High is a baby affects Loki a little, but he continues to speak with his eyes focused on Odin. If I can't receive the throne, why shouldn't I try to conquer it? You shouldn't try to own what is not meant to you. Odin speaks. There is no problem if you don't want to give me. But you can't stop me from trying to get my birthright. Loki begins before being interrupted by an angry Odin. Your birthright is to die. Odin shouts. Everyone holds their breaths. Power permeates the room, weighing down on everyone. Some guards almost fall to their knees. You were abandoned by your own father. I didn't need to have saved you back then. No one would badmouth me if I just left you there to die. But I didn't. Odin says, leaning forward. I announced to the world that you were my flesh and blood. I raised you between my natural sons, giving you everything and a little more. Just that you could have grown a better man than me or Laufey. I raise you to peace. Odin exclaims before reclining wearily on his throne. What disappointment you are. Odin sighs, thinking about his adopted son's actions. Take him to the lowest level of the dungeons. And his little accomplice too. Odin orders, everyone out. Thor, you stay. He continues. All but Frigga and Thor bow and leave. Frigga followed the guards carrying Loki to talk to her son. Odin gets up and goes to a balcony. Thor follows in silence. Looking at the skies of Asgard, Odin sighs. The truth is the truth, you can't change it. But how it is presented can change the outcome of many things. Odin finally says before turning to Thor. Many years ago I exiled you. Do you understand my actions now? Odin asks. Thor nods. Yes, father. I was young, brash and reckless. I feel like I'm more mature now. Good. Do you want to make the coronation ceremony soon? Odin asks, but Thor shakes his head. I'm not ready. Odin looks at Thor and nods. I'm old, but I can still occupy the throne until you're ready. Odin doesn't reveal it, but internally he's happy that Thor can see his own shortcomings. In the past, Thor was always so eager to become king. Now he sees the responsibilities that come with the title. Odin looks at Thor more deeply and flicks his fingers. The upper part of Thor's armor is removed from his body. You flicked a little too hard, father. Thor says, smiling wryly. Odin ignores Thor's talk and focuses on his torso. Right there, a huge red brilliant scar is found. The scar goes from the waist to the shoulder and doesn't look like a normal wound. The scar emits light, more like a crack in Thor's torso. Your soul was damaged a little. The person who did this to you is still inexperienced. Odin speaks. It's not strange that he already knows everything that happened. It's not always that someone like me is mind-controlled. It is normal for him to have taken drastic measures. Thor speaks, not caring much for his injury. Odin nods. Do you want to know his real identity? No. I've lived for years as a human. He must have a good reason to hide his face from him. People to protect. Thor spoke. Odin turns his back on Thor to hide a small smile. Of all the bad things that happened today, he's glad to know that Thor has matured so much. Putting himself in other people's shoes, considering everyone's feelings and motivations, and becoming more forgiving, are all good quality for people in power. You are dismissed. Go take one of the golden apples from Iden. Will help you heal your soul, making it even stronger than before. After that, you can challenge your friend to a rematch. But before that, I will send you on a tour for the 9 realms. Odin speaks. Is there something you need me to do, father? Thurs. The damage in the Bifrost has made the 9 realms distant from each other. Tensions have already risen and many old enemies have already plotted rebellions. You will travel carrying my name. Your actions will be my actions. Like I said to Loki, I created you for peace and prosperity. Show me how you calm down the 9 realms. Odin speaks before disappearing in a beam of golden light. This could be one of the last tests Odin prepared for Thor. Thor has been away from the 9 realms for years. It's time to reacquaint himself. But only Odin and Hector knows to what he is preparing Thor. Epilogue. Eidolon is flying and gaining altitude. He has already broken the sound barrier several times, but he shows no signs of stopping. Atmosphere, follow me. Chapter 81 to 100 is ended and next chapter 101 to 120 is here. Thanks for watching. If you want to suggest me anything, please comment. Thank you.